Hey there. Let me try and get situated here with this fucking shoulder. Oh. There we go. Try and get it into a position where it's manageable. No, Cave. Yes, Wither, sorry. Karina beat you here again today. But
ladies and gentlemen, Alex Jones here for Proudly Radical. Since I owe Kai a few favors from back in the old days. Shit, I probably shouldn't talk about that. Wait, why are you still recording? Fine. Just be sure to edit it out. Anyways, as I was saying, this is Alex Jones, and I just wanted to teach the proletariat a few things about anarchism. Anarchism isn't about chaos. In fact, it's quite the opposite. Anarchism is about the people. It's about solidarity and mutual aid. It's about removing unjust authority and hierarchies. We should all be anarchists. The world would be a better place. Now, I'm going to apologize again to all those parents whose lives I ruined because I'm such a douchebag. Jones, out. All right, Kai, this has got to make us even for that incident you helped me out with.
Caboose. Is it really? I mean, is that really who's... Let me try and find you a... Best I can do is an Amazon link, Caboose. Here you go. Other people sell it. Like, you can get it at, like, traditionally, like, Office Depot and shit like that. But, yeah, there's my chair. Zippy, am I doing any better? I mean, you know, a little bit. Neuropathy is not great. Let's just put it that way. Yeah, no, it's not a cheap chair. But it lasts and it's comfortable. So if you're looking for a chair that you can have for a few years, and that works, it's a good chair. But yeah, no, it's not cheap. It's, you know. Yeah, I know. Hey there, Cat, Wither, Cave, Caboose, Karina, Zippy, Sleep Easy, RV. Let's see, is there anybody else I'm forgetting? Oh, Mike. Hey there, Mike. Yeah, there was somebody I was forgetting in that sort of list of who was here first. You've been in the market for a mesh back chair? Yeah, they're like super. Honestly, I wouldn't expect the mesh to hold up as well as it does. Hey there, premarital. No, I can't sleep on this shoulder, Karina. But I'm already not a side sleeper. I used to be, but I'm not anymore due to a variety of issues that I had to deal with at one point or another. I got into the habit of sleeping on my back. So, no. I don't sleep on the shoulder. So, it's not really an issue. Oh, I'm looking forward to Bad Movie Night tonight. I was not exactly looking forward to the stream, to be perfectly honest, but I am looking forward to Bad Movie Night. No, I have not seen Zac Efron going down the plastic surgery rabbit hole at 33. But that is kind of funny. Hang on, let me, like, do you have any examples? Oh, Jesus Christ. That is amusing. Oh, wow. Yeah. Yeah, that's a thing. That's a thing. Ah, fuck you. There we go. So, there you go. It happens. What are you gonna do? I like the young Ricardo for it now. Oh lordy. Oh, okay. Kat, I don't know. I saw you there earlier. I don't know if you're still there. But I decided yesterday I have to wait until sometime next week, probably. One of the husband in film, Kendall now. But I decided I'm going full bro science. Like, I'm leaning into it. Yeah, payment methods for these kind of companies are not, I can't give them my Amex card. Let's just put it that way. But yeah, I'm gonna lean into it pretty heavily. Let's see. Hey there, Cassidy. I don't even think he looks like bought some Alpha Brain. I don't even think he looks like a Ken doll. He looks like, I don't know what the fuck he looks like. I just pulled it open again. And hey there, Patronum. No, I'm just going bunch of compound routes. MK677, BP157, TB500. Yeah, we're gonna lean into the bro science. Like, fuck it. I have headlines for today, but again, it's a Friday. Like, I get it. And as you can tell, like, I woke up an hour ago, maybe. If you're gonna bro science, you have to debunk right-wingers bullshit pills. No, see, what I'll specialize in, Karina, is finding the shit that works. That way we know as a community. Like, that's how we'll have, I don't mind. I'll be the guinea pig. Fuck it. Like, this did this does this. Like, I can tell you already, fucking for males within the community, TRT supplementation, do it. Fucking don't wait. Just do it. Like, supplement your testosterone. Trust me, it's worth it. And so we'll figure out whether the 677, which increases endogenous growth hormone production, is worth doing over HGH, direct injections. We'll figure out whether, the BP157 plus the TB500 increases rates of healing for injuries and that sort of thing. Yeah. Oh, yeah, premarital. Yeah, we talked about it yesterday. Mike is in that. We certainly did enough experimentation between, like, in our overall group over the years, haven't we, Mike? Fuck it. Oh. Yeah, we're gonna leave it. I'm gonna lean into it again. 5-HTP, 5-hydroxytryptophan. With L-tryptophan does help me relax when I'm eating healthier, but that's on the light end of the spectrum since it's basic supplements. Just got home from my first business dinner, just haven't had sushi. Weed's more effective. Yeah, the only reason I'd ever supplement 5-HTP is I would front load. I would front load and then dose during, and then heavily dose afterwards. 5-HTP is great if you're going to be doing ecstasy. It's a precursor to serotonin. So while you're going to dump your serotonin stores during ecstasy, during rolling on ecstasy, you at least will have a huge supply or surplus of one of the precursor, so you can manufacture more readily afterwards. But yeah. Tonight on Kai's Test It, we see what steroids does when directly injected into the testicles. Possibly less effective due to the metabolic activities, could be disruptive or destructive actually due to the oil carrier in the testicle itself. But the introduction, would the test sip it would have to metabolize either way, so I don't think it would directly suppress. No, I don't think it would have a more direct suppression method on the testicles, but, let's see, this is how the Alpha Brain Company started. I think it was making their mood enhancer for people tripping. Nice, and thank you to Follow Sword Stranger. Why was that an idea? Why not? Why not? I know Kirio's injected heroin into his dick vein before. We've talked about that on his stream, so it doesn't surprise me that somebody's brain went there. Who wants to join me on the air? Early in, we're gonna lean into it. Who wants? It's open. Whoever wants to fucking join me on the air. And thank you, Mr. Frank M. Yeah, they called it roll on and roll off. I used to listen to Aubrey a ton on JRE. Nope. How was the dick vein dope? From what I understand, it was really good. Like it worked for him. Yeah. Frank, ask away. Sourcing support. From my physiological and pharmacological knowledge, which does go back a ways, I agree. But there are bodybuilders who believe in site injections. Now, bro science, urban legend definitely comes into play. Yeah, I'm not a doctor, but from what I understand, especially like test sip, testosterone cypionate, it has to be metabolized. It has to go systemic first. And so site injections shouldn't theoretically do anything, but I do know that there are bodybuilders and weightlifters who swear by site injections. And by site injections, if you don't know what I'm talking about, it's literally like the muscle that you want to get swole inject into sort of situation. But yeah, I think, and not just glutes, but ventro. So that sort of like small triangular area up near your hip, right up there. I've done gluteus maximus injections. I'm not a fan of those. Those get more sore for me than a Ventro injection. So, I'm being straight to actually talk about COVID here. I mean, we used to. I mean, if we need to, we can. If it's in the headlines, like for the moment, for some reason, yeah. Like yesterday, we mentioned how California has the lowest rate of COVID infection right now in the country, and one of the highest rates of vaccination. Sorry, still that sort of thing. Let's see. Every time we talk about drugs, I take notes. Guys, keep them coming. I have a groceries list. Thank you. Love you too. It's very little I'm proud of for being a Californian. Fair enough, Caboose. Yeah, I used to do it there back when I was into that sort of thing. Arrowwood was, and for the foreseeable future will continue to be a wonderful resource. In fact, I have a couple of trip reports up on Arrowwood from back in the day, many moons ago now. Many moons, but yes. Oh, don't snort MDMA. Don't do that. Let's see. Yeah, so what you're going to want to do is snort a line of pure MDMA and then take 5 dried grams of mushrooms. Don't snort it. Yeah, rectal suppository is your best bet. It just is. You come visit me in Alabama and you'll probably appreciate it more. Yeah. I actually haven't done X before. Noted. Fair enough, Lucy. Fair enough. Oh, who's posting in memes? Oh, nice, Caboose. Nice. In my country, strange things were going on. Here they actually give money to be registered. Where? Ugh, forgive me. It's that morning protein shake. Sword Stranger, where is your country? God, Estrella, you've been hanging around the fucking... you've been hanging around that crew way too much. So I know in India, if you want to talk about COVID, in India, they're basically out of oxygen, refined, purified, compressed oxygen. And so oxygen shipments are having to be guarded by armed, like, security personnel in transit right now for fear of being hijacked by criminal enterprise. It's a thing. Eastern Europe. All right, that's fine. Frank, so they do. Forgive me. Like I said, I've only been awake for like an hour, and I didn't do any exercises before I got on, so I'm basically like half asleep still. So bear with me as I sort of boot my brain up. All right. Abolish unjust hierarchies. Scroll back. God damn it. Not the elimination of, and in my understanding, in an anarchist society, you'll set up dual power structures to help prevent the coalescence of power. I'm having trouble saying Anson is different than a traditional ML society. Vanguardism, substitutionalism, ideologism, and professionalism. Basically, a traditional ML society doesn't actually abolish hierarchies. They're not concerned with that. They're concerned with creating a dictatorship of the proletariat, which, by the way, they never actually accomplish. But ML's essentially, especially if you're in that Lenin-Trotskyist territory, Marxism you can have a conversation about, but fundamentally speaking, the difference is MLs wish to accomplish this from the top down. They wish to utilize the state to abolish the state. They wish to use state engineers. They wish to use the learned men of academia to establish a top-down system. Anarchism is about the bottom up. It's about establishing and re-emphasizing individual autonomy, leading to the liberation of the group. Right? It's basically MLs use an appeal to authority, whereas anarchists say, hey, we have to do this ourselves. And some of those things I said about professionalism and ideologism and substitutionalism, these are post-left critiques that anarchists make of the left outright anyway. Basically, there's an argument to be made that what happens within ML organizational structures is that you have you have stratification of organizational roles leading to professionalism, which re-emphasizes hierarchical thinking patterns. This re-emphasis of hierarchical thinking patterns leads to what we call substitutionalism, and substitutionalism is essentially where the ideology stops serving the individual and the individual starts serving the ideology. And so you see this pattern repeated ad nauseum within ML organizations globally. And this is the original critique that Bakunin had for Marx at the First International, and that got the anarchists kicked out, and fucking like Mean Girl high school bullshit ensued, where the anarchists were kicked out of the First International and not invited back to the Second International. Because they basically, Bakunin and the anarchists had a critique saying that essentially what you're doing is an appeal to hierarchical authoritarianism. You're just swapping out some of the groups at the top for different groups. But due to the fact that you haven't replaced that system in mass, what will happen is inevitably authoritarianism will become the standard of the day, and you will have what happened with Lenin, what happened with Stalin, what happened with Mao. Yeah. So I hope that covers some of it, Frank. Now let me try and catch up. Caboose, do I work graveyard? No, my sleep schedule is just absolutely batshit insane. O2 pretty important for the human, I dare to say, but I'm not a doctor. Hey, Wallada. RZ's about to sleep. Oh, interesting. So Cassie was saying, per the Eastern Europe thing, it looks like a bunch of countries in Europe guaranteed people either all or most of their salary if they're isolating due to COVID. Yeah, yeah, fucking, if you had, I wonder if you have to prove it with an antibody test. That's a good grift if you can get your hands on it. Ansins aren't looking for the okay. Ansins are syndicalists who use anarchistic organizing methodologies, right? When you see something like Anprim, Ansin, Ansoc, these aren't like full-blown anarchists. These are people who have adopted some aspects or modalities of operation from the anarchist milieu. Right? They're using anarchism as a bolt-on modifier for some of their operational modalities. Frank. Oh, we got another meme up there. All right. my internet went out, and then when I went back to the stream, I got an ad for Spectrum Internet. That's that sketchy shit, right, Mike? That's that sketchy territory. Oh. Is that they only replace so much of them historically? Give me 1 second. Oh. Marxists were Drunk wizard. Marxists were already a thing. Marx was already a thing. Marx and Bakunin both were at the First International, and Bakunin directly critiqued Marx's theories to his face. So that's how Bakunin was able to critique Marxist theory. And by the way, MLs existed prior to Stalin, just so you know. Marxist Leninism exists prior to Stalinism. Your chronological order is a little screwy there. Oh, God. I just got there. And read it. Those of you who know me know what I just managed to read. Oh, man. Fuck me. I got to the oof. Fair enough, Cassie. Oh, shit. Caboose. I saw that, too. I saw that before I went to sleep. That Caitlyn Jenner is running to be governor of California. Fuck me. I went off the ride, right? Like that's I went off the ride. Oh. Oh man. Does someone have that that Stalin studied Lenin tweet? Oh, that'd be amazing. Yeah, like we need that one back. She'll probably win. We're not smart. Reagan 2.0. Yeah, that's so fucked. This ride does kind of suck. Didn't Caitlyn bash gay marriage at one time while married to a woman? I have no idea. Probably. Yeah, compared to how good the theme park could be. Yeah. Yep. Caitlyn Jenner, according to this, used to be anti-gay marriage. So there you go. Or anti-same-sex marriage. So there you go. Kim Kardashian is the next state attorney general. Don't you put that evil on us, Ricky Bobby. Don't you put that evil on us, Ricky Bobby. Oh, did she really? That's hilarious. Hang on. Oops. I can't find anything about traditional girl quote, because that would be funny. Because they're secretly Ferengi. No, in fact, the reason we have to put up with the Kardashians is because of OJ. I'm not kidding you here. I'm not fucking around. The reason we have to put up with Kim Kardashian is because of OJ Simpson. OJ Simpson set off a series of events that forever changed popular culture in America. One of which was us knowing Kim Kardashian. It's absolutely insane. It is when you follow it. It is. It's fucking true. OJ Simpson murdering his wife is the reason that we have to put up with Kim Kardashian. Fucking crazy as shit. Yeah, the OJ thing really fucking screwed up this timeline. It really did. Truly his worst crime. It's so insane. Hey, Narcissus. Yeah, it is. It's batshit insane that OJ murdering his wife gave us Kim Kardashian's sex tape. For those that don't know, Kim Kardashian's father was Robert Kardashian. Robert Kardashian was one of O.J. Simpson's attorneys. He rose to popularity and fame in this country due to the O.J. Simpson trial. Robert Kardashian died of cancer after, actually, two of his attorneys both died prematurely after defending O.J. successfully for a murder he clearly committed. I'm not even saying I don't understand it. Your wife's lover's driving around town in the Ferrari you bought her. All right, bro, I get it. Like, shit's about to happen. Like, not saying she deserved to die, not saying he deserved to die, but I'm saying I get it. Like, angry sports ball man who, got a little too much testosterone in his system catches your boy toy driving the Ferrari that he bought you around town. Shit's gonna go down. That's just reality. So yeah, oh no, I didn't miss it, Lucy. I just it's that CTE, man. Hey. Yeah, if the glove does not fit, we must acquit. The Chewbacca defense. Why go to prison when you can just have money? Exactly. No, I didn't miss it. I just, when I'm on a roll or when I'm doing something, I scroll back. Oh, here. You're the first one for the week, Frank, and we do it on Friday. Congratulations. Here you go. This is literally Bakunin to Marx. Marx is an authoritarian and centralizing communist. He wants what we want, the complete triumph of economic and social equality, to your point where they share same ideals. But he wants it in the state and through the state power, through the dictatorship of a very strong and, so to say, despotic provisional government. That is, by the negation of liberty. His economic ideal is the state as sole owner of the land and of all kinds of capital, cultivating the land under the management of engineers and controlling all industrial and commercial association with state capital. We want the same triumph of economic and social equality through the abolition of the state and all that passes by the name of law, which in our view is the permanent negation of human rights. We want the reconstruction of society and the unification of mankind to be achieved not from above downwards by any sort of authority, nor by socialist officials, engineers, or other accredited men of learning, but from below upwards by the free federation of all kinds of workers associated, liberated from the yoke of the state. All right? And you can see examples of this, of how this plays out in reality in, say, Kronstadt. Kronstadt, the workers got tired of working for the bureaucratic authoritative state, and they decided they wanted to be in charge of their own labor by way of free association and reciprocal relationships with one another, which is a foundational idea or technology for anarchists. When they declared that they were going to do that, the so-called communists, the revolutionaries of the area, I do believe it may have been Bolsheviks, rounded them up and executed roughly 2,000 people in and around the woods of Kronstadt. Because you work for the proletariat, you work for the dictatorship, you work for the authoritative hierarchical structure, right? You're not a free autonomous individual who has the power of creating their own dynamic relationships. You have no Foucaultian sort of like empowerment under that style of system. There you go. There was somebody else who put some crazy shit. Frank. Everybody was an anti-Semite. Everybody was a racist. Everybody was a piece of shit, right? Like there's no way around this. There's no way around this. The ideals and the standards of today cannot be effectively applied to previous generations. It just can't. I tried for ages and ages and ages, but the fact of the matter is lots of interesting artists, creators, philosophers, theorists had some really shitty takes about other people. Women, gays, Jews, brown people, black people, foreigners. I mean, you basically are left with nothing if you start running everybody through that sieve. So what you do is you throw out that crazy bullshit. Something, kill your heroes. Exactly. Hey, Kodo. Diogenes is a cool fucker. Truth to that. Jim Brewer. Yes, no heroes. You learned from the French. Way to go, Estrella. That's a solid lesson. Yeah. So, I mean, Frank McQuinn, if you want a contemporary anarchist who doesn't have anti-Semitic takes and has critiques of the left as well as, I mean, you know, there's contemporary anarchist theorists that are still alive and kicking that don't have racist and anti-Semitic takes. If you don't want to rely on classics, which you don't have to. That's the thing. People think Marxist theory seems to have stalled out. Anarchist theory is still being developed. There's still anarchist, like contemporary anarchist philosophers that are developing theory to this very day. Post-left, post-anarchism is a creation of the last 30 years, basically. So it's up to you. But it would behoove you to know the classics. You know, you should have read, God help you, you know, Proudhon, Hegel, I mean, even the recent Bookchin, you know. But, yeah, most people throughout history are problematic. So if you're going to discount you're probably going to end up discounting 98% of philosophy, theory, and science if you discount people who had problematic takes that were xenophobic or bigoted in some way. Because that's just common. Really, really fucking common. Post-anarchism, start with Saul Newman. Yeah. McQuinn for post-leftism. Roussel for post-anarchism as well. What's Roussel's first name? I always forget. Dwayne Roussel. If you want like the metaphysical and meta-ethical analysis, like if you want to actually dive into the philosophy that underpins post-anarchism, yeah, go with Roussel. If you want more of a crash course on post-anarchism, go with Newman. All right, so now let me try and... You don't have to put people in the past on of significance on a holy pedestal. Yeah, right? They were just people who came up with political theories. Exactly. I don't know anything about Diogenes. Diogenes is probably swinging the biggest dick in history as far as the stories go. Told Alexander the Great to get the fuck out of his sunlight. Diogenes was just epic. There were with her, but they were, as I stated, they're going to be in the vast minority. 2% territory. 2%. Of course, the French teach about no heroes. All their famous people choked on Nazi dick. Tolstoy was cool. Hey, Frank, thank you for the sub. Rock on. Thank you. Thank you kindly. I'm always down with Tolstoy because he hated Shakespeare more than I do. I like Shakespeare. Oh, Romeo, Romeo, wherefore art thou, Romeo? Deny thy father and refuse thy name, for if thou wert not a Montague, thou would not be a Capulet. Anyway. Rock on, Frank. I just saw that Dwayne Russell, Saul Newman, and Jason McQuinn. Got it. Yeah, McQuinn will teach you about post-leftism. That's sort of McQuinn's deal. Keep clear of the anti-civ and prim crowd when you dive into post-leftism. They're batshit insane. They're genocidal maniacs. Just ignore them. There's not much we can do about them other than denounce them. They're fucking wacky as shit. But they do utilize anarchistic organizing principles correctly. So they're not like ANCAPs, which are actually neo-feudalists. We can't renounce them directly because they are actually using the term correctly, as opposed to the neo-feudalists who are just like, we're anarchists. No, you're not, you idiot. But just avoid them when you read about post-leftism. McQuinn steers pretty clear of them. But yeah. Tony, sweetheart, peanut, boo-boo. What's your deal? One, your deal is you don't know how to properly say, use your and your. That's right out of the gate. Sorry, but it's the truth. Your Antifa. Apparently my Antifa. Well, I have been told that I'm the CEO of Antifa before. So I suppose it is possessive. Why is there an Islamic gay flag? Because you can be gay in Jannah. We were informed by a Wahhabist, who is a branch of Islamic scholar, as it were, that if one abided by the tenets of the Quran, lived their life to the example of Muhammad, but still had gay tendencies, but didn't act upon them and lived their life according to all those principles, that once you were accepted into Jannah, Muslim heaven, that there is no such thing as sin in Jannah. Therefore, you can be gay in Jannah. You can have hot, sweaty, bearded Islamic dude sex in Islamic heaven, and you're free to. It's not a sin there. There is no sin there. So we have the gay in Jannah flag. Yeah. Are you part of Antifa? And am I for abolishing the police? Well, as they stand, Supreme Bro Diogenes. Invented words and slaughtered grammar, plus it was the general hospital of its time. Rev, I don't disagree with the last part. I actually adore the fact that Shakespeare invented words and slaughtered grammar. I think it shows the descriptivist nature of English off exceedingly well. English is both prescriptivist and descriptivist. And I think Shakespearean English demonstrates that descriptive capacity of English. I'm actually quite a fan of it. Yes, but if you do it while you're alive, they topple a wall on you. The one true CEO of Antifa, Corvo Atano. All right, now I'm caught up. Tony, Antifa just means anti-fascist. By description, anarchists are anti-fascist. It's just how we roll. Yeah. Yeah, hang on. Sorry, typing with one hand. It's a bitch. There you go. Here's some pretty famous Antifa members after they liberated a Nazi camp. Hey, Cassie, thank you, thank you, thank you. Doing a capitalism with my Bezos bucks. Yes, here's a picture of some very infamous, hey, himself, members of Antifa who liberated a camp in Nazi Germany. So, you know, just an example of what Antifa looks like. You know, in case people are wondering. Also, some members of Antifa. Oh. My grandpa's on the right. I mean, Tony, where do you live? You don't have to give me, like, your fucking GPS coordinates. But where do you live? With reference, like, I'm anti-Ottoman. It's a, real shit, though. My grandpa captured 5 fascist Nazi motherfuckers in World War II and got a Bronze Star. Rip. Mike, I mean, I have multiple family members who served, but on my Eastern Europe... Oh, no, yeah, that was the other one, Estrella. On my stepfather's side, his uncle came back with his Colt 45 with wooden grips and notches carved into the grips. He still has that gun. I have that gun. When he dies, I promised him I'll get it to a museum because it is museum quality. It's in astounding condition. But yeah, we've got an original 1911 that saw a tour of duty and came back with notches. Hey, they wouldn't listen. How many scalps? Grandfather was based in Pearl Harbor during World War II. Whew. That was your grandpa carried a bar. Oh shit. Yeah. Do you think you'll ever go over how liberals and fascists are different? Because I keep seeing takes that liberals are fascists, and I feel it reduces how bad fascists are. I don't know. Maybe I'm educated, but I don't understand the argument. Estrella, I feel sorry for you. You've been hanging out in those tanky spaces too much that you just, I mean, for good reason. But yeah, look, liberals aren't fascists, all right? They are authoritarian in some ways, but they aren't fascist. When fucking idiots call, like, neolibs fascist, it degrades the term. They're not fascists. It's just not how that fucking work. He said you could cut down trees with it. I've actually seen that happen. It's not as easy as you would expect it to be, Mike, but I actually have seen somebody chop down a tree with an automatic, with an assault rifle before. Like a proper one. No, Estrella, you're not insane. It's hyperbole. That's what it is. It's calling everybody who is even slightly authoritarian a fascist. Look, fascists are authoritarian. Authoritarians are not necessarily fascist, and you can be an authoritarian without being a fascist. Would a neolib nationalist be considered fascist though? I mean, it depends whose definition you use. If you're going by like Umberto Eco, which around these parts we do, I think that's the command. Yeah, there's the command. Traditionally, though, it's described as a far-right authoritarian ultranationalist philosophy characterized by dictatorial power, forcible suppression of opposition, and then if you use Umberto Eco's 14 characteristics to side-check that, then you're on your way. Yeah. Let me catch up here on chat. Do we chop down a bunch of trees without a make weapon in the Korean DMZ? I'm just trying. I'm remembering the story about the axes. It's in there somewhere. It'll come to me. So, did Antifa riot cities? All right. Catch you later. What kind of economy might monarcho leftists have if they were the king of a country? Wither. There's no telling what people do when they get monarchist power. You won't get a Destiny definition from Richard Wolff, though. Dude, Patronum, I didn't watch it, but I heard it was a shit show. I heard it was a shit show. I saw the comments on the Discord server when people were watching it. Yeah. I mean, you can argue it, Kodo. You can argue it, not well, but you can argue it. I accept that. Yeah. Gringo. What a weird dude. It happens, Gringo. I get the impression they were trying to troll but not getting the reaction they hoped for. I love it when that happens. Frackle, I hope you are correct because I adore it when that happens. It's some of my most fun moments. Again, yeah, you can argue that as well, but again, you have to move them into. Drunk Wizard, sorry. They're not fascist, but a Nazi philosopher argued that the liberals were the easiest group to sway into Nazism. Well, you have to move them into it. The liberalism itself isn't fascist. It just isn't. Now, if you want to talk about a group that can be manipulated, problem, reaction, solution style, if you want to use, some Hegelian tactics on them, then sure, you can have that conversation. But, I watched it. Wolf was, I don't know, not clear on socialism. Patronum, it was horrendous. I don't know who Destiny really was before, but I lost any respect for him. Dude, I heard it was just a shit show. Like, Wolf underperformed. Destiny was not on. All I heard was it was a shit show. Oh, exactly, Mike. Yeah, power changes people, right? Stray would be an awful monarch. Off left could easily be moved, in my opinion. Off left doesn't need to be moved. I think off left and off right are the best examples of an argument for horseshoe theory actually being correct. Like, horseshoe theory usually is bullshit. But if you look at the authoritarian side of things and go, okay, the left and the right, but authoritarian axis, there's an uncomfortable amount of overlap and willingness to work with each other. You see that from the tankies all the time. Rhetoric like, the fascists had some things correct. Sure, they may be Nazis, but as long as they help us overturn capitalism, or as long as they help us with a revolution in the U.S., they say shit like that all the time. So, it's uncomfortable. Let's just put it that way. Hashtag Nazbol Vortex. So different than me saying that I'm vegan and all omnivores might as well be cannibals because to me they lack empathy. It's not a sound argument. Yeah, Cassidy, the linguistic constructs were not correct for that holding up. Yeah. Wolf was avoiding being trapped, so it ended up being a lot like stonewalling while Destiny acted like a child. All right. Interesting. Yeah, an authoritarian horseshoe, not an economical alignment. Yeah. Yeah. Wouldn't that be a circle? That's a solid decision to make for yourself, Mike. It's a solid decision to make. Oh, yeah, Sword, we talked about Rolls-Royce had their most successful quarter maybe ever. I think it was ever because of COVID shopping. Y'all see Destiny beat the fuck out of that weird old man? You think Destiny did well, not great, but he did okay. Frackle, I can't watch Destiny. Yeah, I don't watch that sort of thing. Unless Kat or someone I know who's close to me and I trust is like, no, dude, you have to watch this. Like, I don't. I don't watch Vosh debate people. I don't watch Destiny debate people. It's not something that I waste time on. And so, yeah. Like, the only thing I've seen of Vosh is him talking to Merrick DeVille because I like Merrick DeVille. I think she's badass and based and puts up with epic amounts of shit that no one should have to. So, Vosh happened to be there. I was just listening to Merrick. I've never seen Destiny properly debate. I've only seen Destiny on that first show of Destiny with JLP. Jesse Peterson. And that's fucking hilarious. Yeah. Other than that, I haven't seen Destiny do anything, and I've never seen Vosh do anything either. So, everyone loves Merrick. Sleep Easy. I wish it were the case that everyone loved Merrick, but the fact of the matter is Merrick has had more trouble from the left than she has had from the right. It is terrifying the amount of shit Merrick has had to wade through. I honestly, that poor human being. That dude has to be playing a character, right? He calls Trump the Great White Hope. No, guitar, Mike. That's why. That's why it's amazing. Fucking. Oh, by the way, hang on.
Amazing.
Yeah. Twitter doesn't count, dude. Sleep Easy. They framed her for a fucking bombing, and she had to call the FBI for fuck's sake. They coordinated with Kiwi Farms and 3%ers. The left tankies on the left supposedly doxed her, shared her information with Kiwi Farms and 3%ers. Like, what the fuck? And, Saleber? Sorry if I'm hurting your name, but thank you for the follow. It isn't ableism to make fun of Jesse Peterson, is it? Patronum. Oh, that's not happening. I mean, look, I can sort of do this side, but my left shoulder is absolutely jacked right now. So we're not going to be stretching that. Oh, lower back. There you go. No, Sword. You just have to know where to look for the politics. We have our own channel. Or category. It's all painful. Like, it's all painful. Well, I mean, I'm already as posturally checked as I can be. Well, that's stupid. Drunk Wizard, on behalf of anarchists everywhere, for the anarchists that said Dem socks were ultra-authoritarian, they didn't know what they were talking about, and they were talking out of their ass. So I apologize on behalf of anarchists, even though I'm not, you know, I'm half mutualist, half individualist. I'm sort of like a happy balance between the two. That's a stupid statement. To make. No, Dem socks are not ultra-authoritarian. They have authoritarian tendencies because the system that they utilize has authoritarian tendencies. They are at the end of the day statists, and the state is seen as an unjust form of hierarchy. But also there are anarchists such as myself that make an argument from like a French socialist by the name of Gors's perspective that you can actually use the state as a leading edge against itself. And that things like UBI and housing as a right and universal health care can actually get people distanced from the system. And that allows you to construct a dual power system and slowly but surely siphon power off more effectively in the form of community organizing and mutual aid networks that people now have the security and the time and the energy to put more into. And so you can actually utilize the state as a weapon against itself. That is a thing that can happen. I know some people like that you can't tear down the master's house with the master's tools. Well, you can. You just have to be clever about it. It's entirely possible. But you know that. No ethical jobs under capitalism. If you were looking for a junior analyst job to get a foot in the door and it looked like you were going to be working for a small mom and pop defense contractor, too dark for 1 year. I mean, it's up to you. I shall call you W. W. It's up to you. I would not personally. But I had a lot more freedom in my career in consultancies that I was privileged, greatly privileged in that regard, that I got to choose my clients. So it sort of just depends if you have options or not. If you have alternative options, I would say don't contribute to that system. But again, there is no ethical consumption under capitalism. There is no ethical work under capitalism. And so we're all just trying to provide our, subsistence and material needs, right? So you do what you got to do to survive, first and foremost. But if you have an alternative, if you have an option to that, I would counsel to go the other direction. Yeah, it sounds about right, Mr. Sir. Oh, God, Frackle, ANPRIMs actually are. That's the problem. I wish. ANCAPs, we can't distance ourselves from ANPRIMs because traditionally they do actually utilize anarchistic principles correctly. They're genocidal maniacs, but we can't successfully distance ourselves from them because they're one of the few groups that has appropriated the anarcho model correctly. And so we can't really get rid of them. ANCAPs are just neo-feudalists. They're not using the term correctly at all, so we can sort of push away from them. Yeah. I wish I could. I wish I could, trust me. It's a fair drunk wizard. We're all kind of revisionists in our own way, aren't we? If you're being pragmatic and realistic about it. Rev, a metode. I don't think. Look, I argue that. I'm thinking to follow Stratton makers. I argue that the actual left needs to be more Machiavellian. I've argued that before. As for the Democrats, you know, but yeah. Karina, it doesn't have to do with the people actually doing what they can to eat. That's not the unethical part. It's not their individual action. It's the action of the system, right? It's the fact that you are a nodal entity contained within this hierarchical structure that perpetuates that cycle. But there's no way around that. So at the philosophical level of like a sort of an ethical analysis, it's not ethical, but overriding conditions dictate that your survival becomes paramount in that situation, thus overriding that unethical nature of the system. You must do what you need for your subsistence and material conditions. Therefore, it's okay for you to make that judgment and cross that boundary. But as an analysis of the system as a whole, anything that perpetuates that system has to be classified fundamentally as unethical, because the system is unethical. It's just any operation within that system is. It's the same thing as there's no ethical consumption under capitalism. The best you can do is mitigate. But yeah. Yeah, it's not about, oh yeah, and Estrella got to it. Yeah, it's not about the individual, it's about the group. Hey, you're welcome. Welcome, W. Frackle, it does not. You are correct. Just heard about this stream from somebody else. I'm currently holding ANCAP philosophies. Oh, okay. So, here's the thing, Stratton. I'm not coming at you, right? It's not personal. Anarcho-capitalism isn't a thing. It's a bad faith, inorganic attempt to co-opt terminology in order to provide political cover for a shitty position. This is just the truth of the matter. Anarchism is about a collapsing down of hierarchical power structures and a philosophical challenging of unjust power and authority mechanisms and the dismantling and replacement wherever they may lie. Capitalism is inherently hierarchical, it is inherently coercive, and it is inherently exploitative. You cannot rectify these two things. These are misnomers. They are antithetical to one another. You cannot have a hierarchical hierarchy, right? Like, this just doesn't work. What ANCAPs actually are neo-feudalists. Rather than Biden being in charge, you would rather the guy who owns the most shit be in charge. You just want a lord of the manor at the end of the day. So, again, I'm not trying to attack you personally, but have to do that education. And I am far from the only person within the political science sphere that thinks anarcho-capitalism is a bit of a goofy idea. It is truly, it's strange. Frickdar says you should be Kai of Bejor. Mike, tell Frickdar I said hi. Or thank you. Take care, Tony. Catch you later. Oh, Jesus Christ. You mean the books? I want all the books. It was in reference to the Ottoman thing. It's rare for an American to make a reference to Ottoman Empire as a form of fascism. So I was curious as to where you were from. That's all. I mean, just depends. Yeah, we've got a pretty large swath, Stratton. Not everybody is an anarchist. The anarchists that we have may be anarchists without adjectives. They may be anarcho-individualists. We've got at least one infamous egoist amongst us. So Stirnerist style anarchists. We've got some mutualists. We've got some communalists. I would put Wither down as sort of a anarcho-communalist. At least what Wither is seeking out. If I'm putting words in your mouth. Estrella is on the post-anarchism train with me. For your edification, I am a post-left, post-anarchist. Yep, post-gang rise up. Catch you later. Sword, I'm not on weekends. I'm only on weekdays, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 5:30 p.m. Pacific, Tuesday, Thursday, 11:30 p.m. Pacific. I take weekends off. So you won't actually see me tomorrow. Monday I will be on though. I'm just kind of anarchish. I like it. Not a lot of infighting. Honestly, Stratton, and I'm not trying to downplay, like, leftist infighting is just hilarious. Like, it's a fucking meme. So don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to downplay anything. But I honestly wouldn't characterize anarchist, anarchist divisions as infighting due to the nature of anarchism. Anarchism is highly individualistic at its core. It is about individual autonomy. And so you're going to almost have as many styles of anarchism as you have anarchists by its very nature. In the words of Emma Goldman, there is no perfect anarchist utopia because anarchism isn't a monolithic philosophy. It's a network of ideas, and we much prefer it that way. Right? So I wouldn't characterize it as infighting. I would characterize it as the very nature of anarchism. That while you may have your particular way of doing it, you may be more individualistic or you may be more communitarian, right? And on that sort of sliding scale determines those are the two main divides, by the way. You're going to find there's Ann Sins and there's like Ann Soch. Those are people who have other ideologies that have utilized anarchism as a bolt-on modifier of sorts. Right? They're utilizing anarchistic modalities of operation for their organizational structure. They're not anarchists in the strictest sense. As I've analyzed before, the truest divide that exists within the anarchist milieu is the individualists and the mutualists. This is sort of the distinction, the greatest distinction or categorical distinction that you can make within the anarchist milieu. And even that has a spectrum. Nice, Wither. I'm going to say I'm having a good influence. I like the balance, Wither. I like the balance. Nice. That's sort of like how I see things. So, oh, fuck, my hands are just miserable today. Let's see. All right. So how does voluntarism fit in? That's the libertarian side. That's the fucking so-called ANCAPs and libertarians that do the voluntarism. You could argue that it's an outgrowth of classical liberalism. Maybe. But fundamentally, voluntarism still believes in private property. It still believes it's hyper individualistic, and it's Hey, Swede. Yes, you most assuredly did miss some fun yesterday. I fucking ignored the dude. You saw the replay. Like, I ignored the dude. I was in no mood, and I wasn't in the mind last night to fucking do economics. Like, I just wasn't there for it. But I was open to you fucking dressing him down. But unfortunately, you weren't here. Eyeball. Hey, Eyeball. I hear people criticizing anarchism because of lack of unified ideology. But do you think people cling to or find but why do people cling to or find comfortable, largely unified structures? I struggle to see the benefits. Eyeball. Hey, Ace. You and me both. I'm a firm believer in cybernetic theory and distributed topologies. I struggle to see the benefit as well moving forward into the future. At one time, I understand it, but we're outgrowing it, right? Like, we're still using a pacifier as a species, and it's like, it's time to maybe get rid of the binky. That's how I view it. I was in a mood and would not have been nice. Well, given that the fucking dude said he was going to, like, kick your ass or something like that, or trounce you, like, oh, I'll school his ass or some shit like that, I would have laughed. I would have completely been all about it, Swede. So, I got to read Property of Seth by Proudhon. Yeah, I have that around here somewhere. It's in the collection. Good luck. He's a better writer than Marx, but he is very prolific. So it's going to be wordy. But enjoy. Hey, boss. I feel like I would like to be neighbors with mutualists and see them on the weekend. You would. You actually would. They're great fucking neighbors. Not sure exactly what kind of anarchism I agree with, but I definitely disagree with statism. That's fine. Stratton, I would counsel you to study the French socialist Gores, because he really changed my mind on how we can use the state in the interim. Gores, in combination with Saul Alinsky, if you understand like Alinsky principles of activism, read Rules for Radicals if you haven't already. And again, I say this every time. If you haven't read Rules for Radicals, I don't know why you haven't, but go read Rules for Radicals. Alinsky put down some really interesting lessons. And it's not about ideology. It's about how to fucking do some shit. So whatever your particular belief may be, it's about community organizing and activism. But French socialist by the name of Gores, who successfully argued, for me at least, that you can actually utilize the state to eat itself in a very interesting set of ways. Using social welfare programs, you can actually aid people in creating dual power structures. And so things like UBI, housing is a right, healthcare for all, these sorts of things allow you to have financial distance from the system in which you are trapped. And it gives you time and energy and resources to expend otherwise within your community. So where you may have been overworked, now you have time to work at a community garden. Where maybe the doctors and nurses were overworked in their shifts, now they have time to volunteer at the free health clinic, right? You can start creating those dual power structures, those mutual aid networks that are, as I always say, it's within these gaps of oversight that you can begin to construct the emancipatory destinations beyond the state, beyond authoritarianism, beyond capitalism, right? And anything such as social welfare programs that are overarching, like UBI or single-payer universal health care or housing is a right, that give you that distance from that system, can be utilized as a weapon against the state directly. And so, yeah, Gores was the one who successfully argued that for me, to me, and I was like, no, this makes sense. So there you go. I mean, a few single paragraphs to a few pages. It's okay with her. Yeah, that's true, Mike. Find bits they like and then throw away the rest. Do you want to read a book today? Oh God. That's up to you guys. Whether, if you want to suggest, if you guys want me to read from something, I can read from something. My voice is in shape for that. How do you guys feel about the mainstream media tarnishing the name of anarchism by comparing to arsonists and rioters? Stratton, that's been historic. That's just a thing. That's just a thing. We're used to it. I'm used to it. As an anarchist, I am firmly, wholly aware of our history. There have been anarchist assassins. There have been anarchist bombers. That's generally between the 1880s and 1920s contingent, and largely Spanish, Italian, Argentinian. There were a few American for sure. Anarchists were the fall guy. They were the fall guys for xenophobically. They were mostly foreigners. They were the fall guys for the Haymarket Massacre, the Haymarket Affair, leading into the May Day. Leading into May Day, which is what labor workers of the world recognize as the sort of labor holiday. But anarchists have been, the Wilson administration released a pamphlet in 1911, 1910, I'm sorry, 1910, 1912, something like that, demonizing communist, socialists, and anarchists. We have long been the scapegoat for that sort of thing. So I'm just sort of used to it at this point, right? It predates me even existing. So, you know, would I prefer it to go knock the fuck off and go away once and for all? Yes. Yes, I would. Do I expect it to? No. Do I have any hope that it will? No. We are the antithesis of authoritarianism, right? Like where you find oppression and authoritarianism, you find anarchists, because we're the ones who are against it. Philosophically, that's what we are against. And so anywhere you find an oppressive system, you will find anarchists. And anywhere you find an oppressive system, you find propaganda, you find that sort of maligning of character. It just comes with the territory. It's just part of the gig. It's like going into the military and complaining about getting shot at. It's like, it's just sort of comes with the territory. Currently reading Brave New World. Love that book. I've always been sort of a Blair Huxley. Eric Blair is Orwell's actual real name. I've always been sort of an Orwell Huxley mix, right? I think they both kind of got it correct. I think combined, they had sort of the right answer, and a little Fahrenheit 451 to throw that in as well. But yeah, it's a good book. It's a good fucking book. All right. If the work week wasn't so aggressive on workers, we could actually be okay with using our weekends rather than the human notion to hoard your spare time for yourself, something that's far too understanding when your time isn't your own. Exactly, Karina. I've read 1984, Animal Farm, Catch-22, Heart of Darkness, Lord of the Flies, Things Fall Apart, Metamorphosis, etc., but I haven't made it through through a nonfiction yet. Rev, I feel you. Would expect nothing less from the guy who established the Federal Reserve. And the IRS. 1911 IRS, was it 1912 IRS, 1913 Federal Reserve, right? Was it Federal Reserve, then IRS? I forget the order of operations there, Stratton. But either way, yeah, it was the Wilson administration that gave us both the Federal Reserve and the IRS. Yes, the monster from Jekyll Island. I am familiar. Okay. Yeah, all right. I'm finding more and more cruelty extends from authority, unneeded BS authority. Yeah. That's the way it works. How do you feel about anarchism being conflated with the Boogaloo? That's how I feel. Coda. That was not an affectation. That wasn't an act. That's literally, that was my, I didn't even make it. You saw, I was reading it aloud live for myself. And as soon as I got to the fucking Boogaloo thing, that was my reaction. I fucking hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it way more than so much shit. Honestly, I despise the fact that the Boogaloo movement tried to conflate themselves with anarchists. You fucking authoritarian psychopaths who are trying to initiate a second civil war and a race war. Fuck off. Deep breath. Deep breath. Oh, my left shoulder is absolutely jacked, but look, I'll stretch that side. See, Gems, I would mix it up a little more. I would stir in a dollop of Orwell into Huxley for the West, and I would stir in a dollop of, I would stir in a dollop of Huxley for the East, sort of thing. But, yes, Kai lost his center for a moment. I don't disagree, though, with the general characterization, for sure. All right. Do you ever experience feelings of hopelessness, apathy for the idea that oppressive authoritative powers will always exist? Do you just hope that with time their power presence will be lessened and take that as a win? Eyeball, yeah. I'm very much, by philosophical definition, as an anarchist, I'm an idealist. That's technical terminology, right? Like, this isn't, he's upbeat, colloquial use of idealist. No, this is philosophically. Anarchism belongs to the school known as idealism. So technically speaking, philosophically speaking, I'm an idealist. So I am very much, viva. I am the kind of, mentality of plant the tree even though you may not sit in the shade of it, right? Like, I am that person. So yes, I engage in dialectical exercises and I utilize rhetorical devices, advocating for and supporting ideas that I fully know will not be implemented in any grand scale in my lifetime. And also, I'm a pragmatist and a realist at the end of the day. So there is a very real chance authoritarianism may win out. There's a very real chance that the next filter that our species passes through is one of a class and wealth filter. That the ones who actually establish the galactic empire may be the rich psychopaths. And that may be our legacy as a species. I don't necessarily get to, I don't get to make that prediction. That's not a thing that, but I'm going to be here telling people and educating people on potential alternatives and what I feel is, a superior alternative functionally, formally, ideologically, philosophically, morally, ethically. I'm going to advocate. I'm going to propagandize for my position. But no, I'm firmly aware that that coin flip hasn't been called yet. Yeah, for a minute there you were off too. All right, let me, okay, the right claims to care about our children. The stupid debt commercials come to mind. Why won't they invest in the future then? Rev freaking Musk. Next 10 years will probably determine a lot of the world for the next 100 years, probably. Usually works that way. Let's see. Kodo, sorry Kai, I was a boogie way back. Oh. I'm glad it's a ways back, and I'm glad you changed your mind, Kodo. Like he saved those kids. Oh. Sourcing, I respect it. I respect it. Sourcing saying they're a nihilist at their core, but they also live here, so you might as well try and make it better. Gates. Eyeball. Thank you. More for me, more Taoist, but either way, thank you. And yeah. Once riches and power is obtained and guaranteed to pass on to generations, it's tough to regain the societal hold at the cost of many. It is. So we talked about this the other day. And this is a UK example, but we talked about jury nullification. And I'll throw it out there since, Since you I'll throw it out there again. If any of you fuckers who are like on Discord or regulars, or even some of the new guys, colloquial guys, if you want to jump on the air with me, it's Friday. It's a fucking like screw it show, whatever. If you want to jump on the air and have a conversation, by all means, I'm open to it. Just let me know or jump in voice chat if you know how to do it already. So per our conversation the other day, earlier this week about jury nullification, the a bunch of Extinction Rebellion protesters in the UK, in London, who caused criminal damage to Shell's London headquarters, as in Shell Oil. The judge specifically directed the jury that these defendants have no defense under law. Jury came back with not guilty. Jury nullification in practice. They represented themselves. They were cleared entirely of intent to destroy or damage property. 6 of them got cleared. The 7th pleaded guilty, which was stupid as fuck. But yeah, the judge specifically instructed the jury. They have no defense under law. You need to come back with a guilty verdict. The jury comes back and says not guilty. There's nothing they can do about it. The state can appeal, but they're fucked. Like, yeah, this is what we're talking about with that jury nullification process. Like, this is why it's so important to take jury duty. The easiest way to to throw a stick in the spokes of the state is to take jury duty. It's the most damage a single person can do. Take jury duty. Learn how to get on a jury. Take jury duty. And then just fuck the system. Yeah, if a judge told me that, I'd immediately say not guilty. Oh, Eyeball. Yeah, hang on. Give me one sec, Eyeball. I'll take care of you. If RV hasn't already. Estrella. Where's Estrella? Not in chat, but like on Discord. There you are. Estrella, you can issue invites now as well. On Discord. Any of the channel mods can issue invitations. That's just a thing that comes with the turf. So know that. All right. Cool. And Eyeball, check your whispers. I sent you a link. Rev fell for Peterson Shapiro via JRE. Oh, fucking Rogan, I swear to God. Do you guys follow any independent media, alternative media outlets? If so, which ones? No, not specifically Stratton. I have, I'm a former IT nerd from way back, like age 4, way back. I have a feed that I have constructed for myself that is a scraper that I pull my headlines out of. So I do not utilize any singular group. I'll use mainstream. I'll use alternative. I just want a wide swath of sources. That's that sort of thing. Oh, Rabbit. Yeah, your favorite ruling. Jury, not guilty if he gives the horse back. Judge, that's not a valid ruling. Jury, then not guilty and he doesn't have to give the horse back. It is one of the best rulings ever. Yeah, probably, Rev. They probably listen to the public defender. You just have to answer the questions the opposite of your opinion to get on jury duty. Basically, Mike. Fucking basically. Jury duty and adverse possession, aka squatting, are the big praxis. The second threads the line of legality. It does, depending on how you do it. Be prepared for a group of anslibs. Fucking Estrella. No, Kodo, I've never publicized it. I didn't write it to be open sourced at all. And one of these days, maybe one of these years, I'll rewrite the damn thing from scratch to the point where I'm comfortable publishing it. But honestly, it's basically just a JSON, RSS, and web scraper combined. So it's not terribly complicated from, a coder's point of view. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Public defenders are, I mean, it depends. There's some really good ones out there, but by and large these days, yeah, they are just trying to get you to take the fucking deal. That is true. Estrella, they are kind of victims of the system. Yeah. All right, so what else did I have? Oh, well, we have another one of these. Since we watched one just last night. Here's a new one. Hey, Adia! Thank you for the follow. 5 months, look at you. Our top story. Yeah, nobody cares about your fucking opinion. There we go. All right. So a woman who is known to be bipolar and schizophrenic had her dog off of a leash and it was confronted by an Asian woman. And while they were arguing about the status of her dog's leash, she literally put her hand on the Asian woman's shoulder. And shortly thereafter, 7 cops showed up. This is the result. She's alive. California, if you're wondering, by the way. Mr. I smell bacon again. Oh, Viva. Well, you know. Yeah, it is bad movie night for those of you fucking, here's your reminder. After the stream on Discord, bad movie night. And for those that were here last week, who were there for it last week, already know what's being aired tonight. Yeah, another day, another video of police doing something awful. Clearly lines for the throw of it. Don't fuck with you. Yeah. Yeah, so, you know, it's a thing that happened. No, Adia. No, we plan them out after. So if you're here, if you're at next week's Bad Movie Night, we will have used our 2 picks. And then what we will do is we will take suggestions for new bad movies. We will watch the trailers as a group, and then we will take a quick hand count as to what the number 1 and number 2 picks are. And then that will make the following 2 weeks bad movie night picks. And so anybody who was present at last week's movie night was there for the selection process and knows the 2 bad movies that we have coming up. Or if they didn't forget them, they know. We tend to be really high or drunk or multiple things for bad movie night as a group. It's sort of suggested. It's sort of a recommendation that you not be sober for these. It makes it better. Oh, gems to this day. As a kid in Vermont, watching Mystery Science Theater 3000 on a public broadcast channel is the hardest I have ever laughed. It broke me. I have a really good memory of that. I don't want concussive strikes. I want general strike. Too bad general strikes are illegal now. Langoliers. Let's see. Let's do boo. Constructors actually disorient the target for arrest. Or do you allow the cops to still throw punches? Technically, direct punches are not allowed. Not that it ever stops them. Let's see. What's the difference between advocating violence and self-defense again? The clause you put on the front of it, basically, Rev. That's the difference. Is that if I were to sit here and say, you have the right to punch somebody, That's advocating violence. If I were to sit here and say, though, you have the right to self-defense, and if someone attacks you, you are free to punch them. You are free to defend yourself. There you go. That's not advocating violence. That's stating an unequivocal legal fact that you have a right to self-defense. You know what's a good against the law that prohibits general strikes? A general strike. Viva, I like the way you think. Oh, God. Wait. Rev, yeah, we can't talk about that, Rev. We can't. Like, that's TOS territory, and yeah, we can't talk about that. That's, yeah. It's a shame. It's something that needs talked about more. But, yeah, for sure. I feel you on that one. Alright, one sec here, though. I'm going to pull something up. Interesting. Alright. Oh, my neuropathy is bad today. I agree, Gems. I agree. It's a logistics issue. We already are technically in a post-scarcity state as a civilization, but due to logistics, we're not. Like, it's fundamentally greed informing the logistics. Because, quite frankly, I'm not kidding. We have all of the technology necessary to automate giving every single person in the world some level of smart device that they could push a button on if they were hungry, and a drone could deliver food to them. We have all of that technology. Like, we have all of the capability of food production. We have everything necessary. We firmly could be in a post-scarcity society. It's just greed and logistics. I believe I was promised a jetpack. We have jetpacks, actually. Yeah, Rabbit, you really do. You have to academicize, or you got to ivory tower that shit pretty well. Yeah. Clad it in the vernacular of academia. And then you might be able to have that discussion. Let's see. Oh, yeah, that was a fucking, more clashes between Palestinians from East Jerusalem and Israeli police around the Damascus gate entrance to the old city. Basically, the night earlier, Jewish extremists had been marching through city streets shouting death to Arabs. And so violence kicked off as a result. You know, it's fucking Ramadan and... yeah. Roblox is the new one, Estrella. We did have another cop. Hey, Marcus. We did have another cop, South Carolina cop by the name of Michael Slager, or Slager, not entirely sure. He's been sentenced to 19 to 24 years in prison for the shooting of an unarmed black man by the name of Walter Scott. So another one of those. One day, Kai will get on stream hammered, and he won't even use the intro panel. He'll just spew every single one of his views and summon the Amazon executives themselves to the stream for a final duel. And one that day, the capybara flag shall reach both poles, and Amazon shall crumble under the forces of the secret society of the capybara. 30 years after the duel, once proudly radical communal rages war on Bezos. The war cry we shall scream shall be, "In Minecraft we loot." Wither, thank you for the writing exercise. I quite enjoyed it. Yes, Rabbit, there was a guilty ruling. Also, Rabbit, you weren't here for it, maybe. I don't know if you were or not. But the Extinction Rebellion protesters that trashed the Shell headquarters in London, the 6 that did not plead guilty, the jury found them not guilty after the judge directed the jury. They have no defense under law. You have to convict. So the jury came back with a not guilty verdict. So one of them took a plea deal. So they were fucked. Yeah, fucking 7th guy's got to be kicking themselves. Like, dumbass. I forgot the yearly tradition of genocide on the Palestinians in Ramadan. Yeah, it's that time of year again. Prisoner's Dilemma strikes again. Dude, that's one of those things we need to teach more protesters, right? You want to know what you guys need to be teaching your activist friends is game theory. We need more game theorists in activist circles. We need more people talking about the prisoner's dilemma and how you can defeat it. Like, this is like, we can end run this shit. Just get with the program. Tell the cops to fuck a donut and then plead the 5th. Okay, Wither, you're gonna have to do your own game theory research. It's a whole fucking thing. Research it on YouTube. There will be some good lectures on game theory. But basically, recruit out of MBA programs. Basically, the prisoner's dilemma goes as such. Read me some game theory. Let me see if... Really, Caboose? Yeah, not video game theories, like Nash equilibrium. Let me get you, okay. I will literally read you the straight Wikipedia game entry on the prisoner's dilemma. Most people are familiar with it, but if you're not, here's your crash course. Golem in the gears. They extrapolated past the first iteration and then I understood mutual aid. Rock on. 2 members of a criminal gang are arrested and imprisoned. Each prisoner is in solitary confinement with no means of communicating with the other. The prosecutors lack sufficient evidence to convict the pair on the principal charge, but they have enough to convict both on a lesser charge. Simultaneously, the prosecutors offer each prisoner a bargain. Each prisoner is given the opportunity to either betray the other by testifying that the other committed the crime, or to cooperate with the other by remaining silent. Hey, Radhorn. If the possible outcomes are, if A and B each betray each other, each of them serves 2 years in prison. If A betrays B, but B remains silent, A will be set free and B will serve 3 years in prison. If A remains silent but B betrays A will serve 3 years in prison, but B will be set free. And if A and B both remain silent, both of them will only serve 1 year on a lesser charge. So it's implied that the prisoners will have no opportunity to reward or punish their partner other than the prison sentences they get, and that their decision will not affect their reputation in the future. So this is the prisoner's dilemma. So basically, your best option as a group is to shut the fuck up and do the year. Right. Your best option as an individual is to squeal, flip on your partner in crime, and be set free. But if they have flipped on you as well, you'll both be serving 2 years in prison. So your best option actually is to not cooperate at all and take the year. But due to manipulative tactics and techniques and the reversed game theory side of this from the jailer's perspective, you can influence this decision. And this is what cops attempt to do when they separate prisoners and they, well, your buddy's in the room next door spilling his guts right now and he's blaming you. So why don't you just go ahead and tell me everything you know now, and maybe we can cut a deal of some sort. Maybe you have something valuable. Meanwhile, your buddy's not spilling his guts. Your buddy's sitting over there, silent as a fucking mime. But due to poor game theorization on your part, you may give in to this. Yeah. Fuck yeah. Shut the fuck up, write the fuck now.net. Yeah, we're not, dude. We're so fucking not. Oh, yeah. Cops legally can lie to you. Cops are perfectly capable, are legally allowed to manipulate, lie, deceive. That's 100% within their capability, within the legal structure. So, yeah. Yep, they're allowed to basically lie about anything. Let's see. And I love that you use the Condorcet paradox rather than the voting paradox, you fucking highfalutin academic type. Rabbit. Yeah, I'm just calling you out. I know it was the I know it was the Marquis that fucking when it's named after, but it's the voting paradox. Oh yeah. If you, I mean, I don't think, for the love of God, I would hope that you know by now that cops don't have to tell you they're cops. It's not a thing. It's never been a thing. Like, I don't know how that became a thing. Yeah, everything that comes out of a cop's mouth is a lie. You'd be surprised how many people still believe it. God damn it. What is wrong with people? Estrella, you cop? Are you a cop? Viva and Estrella both asking me if I'm a cop. No, but I know a fair amount of them. Fuck yeah, sourcing. If my buddy gave me up, I'm not sure why you're here. Unless you want to let me go right now. I'm not buying this bullshit that you want to help me. Yeah, they never want to help you. Kodo, am I a cop? Maybe. Oh. Hey, Neko. You don't have to tell me it's a law. Marcus, my stepfather is a former judge. I have an FBI member in the family. One of my stepfather's best friends from childhood was a regional bureau director for the ATF. You know, he's friends with 2 captains in the Metropolitan Police Force. I know at least a few ex-military as well. I mean, familial. I don't consort with them, but they're there. I'm pretty much persona non grata at the FBI, at the FBI guy's house, because I told his wife that he was a traitor to the cause, and that well, okay, so I am not advocating for or saying that this should happen. In no way, shape, or form am I saying that we should do this. But I did utter these words to his wife. That she said, well, he's just doing his job. And I replied to her, I said, yeah, Nazi soldiers tried that excuse too, and they swung from the gallows just the same. I'm not really welcome in their house. Let's just put it that way. Bad faith, inorganic attempt to co-opt terminology in order to provide political cover for a shitty position. So this is just the truth of the matter. So you're saying you speed ran a watch list? Oh, I was on him long before that one. But yeah, that went well. Kai was by blood forced to interact with blues. Yeah, basically. Look, yeah, Estrella. And they hated him because he spoke the truth. My power. Hey, don't worry, Cassidy. Shit, why does your power keep going out? That's obnoxious. Sorry that's a thing for you. I didn't know you had 6. If you knew me in real life, I'm not allowed to talk about a lot of stuff on there. It's just the truth. So. Nice, Rev. You got classified as a domestic terrorist by the 2001 Patriot Act. Good job. Yeah, no, I've never watched Hassan, Tony. Sorry. I don't watch like the big name streamers that people are familiar with all the time. Like I don't watch Vosh, I don't watch Destiny, I don't watch Hassan, I don't watch TYT, I don't watch fucking, you know, any of that sort of shit. Oh. Rainbow Push Coalition. Transformers down the street got blown off the poles and into the intersection. Jesus fucking A, Cassidy. Would have loved to have actually seen that. Maybe one day, Wither. Maybe one day if I return to the East Coast. Or you come to this coast. Karina, fuck iPhones and their small batteries. I never had a huge deal with my iPhone battery. Works fine for me, but stick the information in my brain. Do the best, Frackle. I'll do the best. To be fair, Richard Wolf pushing Destiny's shit in is intentionally funny. Marcus, that's... Dude, from what I heard, that was just a shit show across the board. I did not hear great stuff about fucking Richard Wolf. I didn't hear great stuff about Destiny either. Oh yeah, Tony, I've had like a couple few hundred people in here before, and I can keep up on slow mode. But my form of praxis requires interaction. Yeah, if I had 10,000 people in here and it was just speeding by, what I do would not work as a form of political activism. It would have to, like, I would have to change my praxis methodology from the ground up. And quite frankly, I don't think that that's how you educate people the best, so. To each their own. We saw it while driving home from dinner. Oh man, I would have loved to have seen footage of that. That would be a great video. Lotta. That's a take. Hey boss, thank you for the host. Stray, I don't like Apple. I prefer to be able to repair my stuff myself. You can repair Apple. It just requires more work. Oh my God, Nick. For you, Nick. I guess those Transformers were more than meets the eye. Oh, Mister, you found out about the Acoustic Kitty project today. Yeah, the Acoustic Kitty project was a CIA project to implant an radio-transmitted acoustic listening device into a living cat. Cost $20 million or something like that in, when was it? 1970, 60, something like that. I'll click the link. Late in the 1960s. So $20 million in 1960s money. And it is, I don't know if, okay. Yeah, so it has been disputed because traditionally the story goes that they released the cat across the way from the embassy and it was run over by a taxi or a bus. But it was disputed by a former CIA operative that, in fact, why the program was canceled was because they couldn't train the cats. That getting a cat to go where you needed it to go for effective listening device placement was near impossible. And that's why they canceled it. But traditionally, the story goes is that they spent $20 million building the Acoustic Kitty listening device. They released the cat across the street from the embassy, and it got hit by a taxi as it crossed the street. But, yeah, there's... could they hear anything other than the cat heartbeat? Yeah, by accounts, the acoustic listening portion of it and the transmission actually worked. The surgical implantation worked. It was just they couldn't get the cats to do what the fuck they needed them to do. Wolf is fine. I disagree with him, but whatevs. He took if you're explaining, you're losing into the stratosphere. No, apparently not, Viva. It happens. You know, even though I just figured out how to do that, not that I have any content or followers. Either way, it's the thought that counts, boss. No worries. Viva, it happens. You know, I put the offer out there. You don't have to, like, you know, nobody needs to come on air. Nobody has to come on air. But I put the offer out. And if somebody wants to come on air, the lines are open. They may. Right to repair should be the fucking law. I'll fight anyone who says otherwise. Marcus, I'll sell tickets to the fight. Let's just put it that way. I'm a gadgety, handy, fixer-upper type of dude anyway. If you tell me I can't repair something, I'm going to probably crack it open and try to repair it, like, immediately. Like, that's... Oh, John Deere basically exposed all of the customers with their modern bullshit DRM tractors, all of their home addresses and stuff. Security researchers found 2 holes in their system that allowed for all of the modern tractors with DRM to basically leak the home address and private information of their registered owners. So that's a thing. I'm holding a grudge against Apple because the iPhone 1 couldn't multitask. The pigeon homing system is also funny. Yes, it is. Viva, that's another good one from the classic era of, like, warfare and technology development. Corvids might be a better candidate. Yeah, you probably could. Burning enough cats. Fair enough. Frackle's got a point. Frackle's been working with a small mutual aid group in Florida, which provides patches on roofs after storm damage for those who can't afford it. And it's technically not allowed because they're most often operated without proper licensing. So there's not even a right to repair even on your own home. Fuck John Deere. Yeah, no, John Deere's fucking shit. Yeah, honestly, fucking, you can't even work on your own tractor. I'll fight John Deere myself. What's with going live around 1:30 a.m.? Oh, PC Race. I told you this the fucking last time you were here. The schedule is Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 5:30 p.m. Pacific. Tuesday, Thursdays, 11:30 p.m. Pacific. So there's a maybe it wasn't you. I know I had to explain this to somebody fairly recently. So I'm sorry if it wasn't you. But yes, the schedule 5 days a week is actually 3 at 5:30 p.m. In Pacific time, and then 11:30 p.m. Pacific time. So, yeah, because I have an international audience. Yep. When you disable their system, they won't service your vehicle. 100%. Oh yeah, the fucking malformed links. Rev, you think the libertarians would be on our side with this? They usually are, actually. They usually are. Libertarians are usually on board. This is, again, look, folks, you have less, even if you're like the furthest left anarchist, right? Like, even if you're pegged in the bottom left-hand corner, like you're just fucking in the corner as far as you can go. You're like, I'd get out of this chart if I could, sort of territory. You have more in common with the other side, with the antipole, the other side of that, than you do with the authoritarian axis. The fact of the matter is that the anti-authoritarian left and the anti-authoritarian right have more in common than the anti-authoritarian left and the authoritarian left do. It's just the truth of the matter. And so, yeah, the libertarians are actually on board with a lot of the like anti-DRM, anti-corporate overreach, intellectual property bullshit that we see. You just have to have the conversation correctly for them to come on board. It was you? All right. So yeah, okay, you've got Central Time Zone. Australia chiming in for the international squad. Rock on, huh? Yeah, Mitra is Australian as well. There's a bunch of, actually. I have a huge Aussie, not huge, but I have a significant contingent of Aussies. And yeah, if I ever make my way to Australia, like, I'm a fucking do a meetup. Like, there's a bunch of y'all down there I want to meet. Did you ever go to Black Hat, Def Com, or Red Team Village? Not anymore, Kodo. Once upon a time, many moons ago, yes, that was my stamping ground. But now, no. Now I don't. We'll make a proper mate out of you yet. Off left, scary as fuck. Just frame it as freedom. Viva EU here. I want to see an Australian School of Economics. Oh, sweet. Viva, it's now 5 a.m. Oof, Germany checking in on that 5 a.m. Oh, the link was about DARPA brain chips and larvae. Lovely. It makes it so cops can declare any gathering of 9 people or more a riot. Oh, it's the Florida. Yeah, I believe they're disrupting traffic. Yeah, okay. So yeah, it's the Florida anti-protester bill that you're talking about. One of my favorite movies is Australian, Young Einstein. Rock on. Not one of my favorite movies, but it's a good movie. It's a decent movie. It holds up. Wait, what did... all right. Oh, we got another meme. Fucking Caboose. Caboose, the fucking meme lord up there. Now I see why MLs don't think there are any communes. It must be the fact that they aren't centralized like they want it to be. I mean, fucking... Do they really not think there are no communes? Because that's a stupid... I mean... I have pent-up rage. Where are the Austrian school peeps? Swede, if you want to vent some of the rage on air, you can. By all means. Mr. Accident was pretty good too, but I can't find a copy of Reckless Kelly here in the States. I have a couple of Australian movies that Mitre recommended. Oops, let's not turn my caps lock on. Rev, do you need a copy of Reckless Kelly? I can make that happen. Like, if you can't find it, I can point you in the right direction. Hey, Shala. Best Australian movies are Babadook, The Castle, Wormwood, Road of the Dead. Whether the ones I discourse with may be ignorant. Yeah, that's a fair. Fair enough. Let's see. Hold on. Let me pull up my Plex server here, so I don't recall the title off the top of my head. I've got my movie collection is huge. For those that are familiar with it. Yeah. It's The Castle. It's The Castle. All you fucking Australians know The Castle. It is The Castle that that I saw, that Mitre recommended. I have seen The Castle. It is a very good movie. I'm sorry, they don't make shit like that anymore. It is very... I understand how it would speak to the Australian soul. I get it. Like, I legitimately understand how that speaks to Australians so effectively. And it's a very sweet movie. How's the Serenity? Oh, just the sound of the sound of the motor on the water, right? Yeah. Rev, should I be suspicious of someone who gets along with ML or MLM? They're authoritarian left, aren't they? They are. And should you be suspicious? Yeah, a little bit. A little bit. I mean, I as an anarchist am firmly aware of the historical contexts that are provided for the relationships, the power dynamics, the interactions that Marxist, Leninist, Maoists have had with my brethren internationally, historically. And so, yeah, no, there is a level of distrust there. Lenin infamously declared anarchists enemies of the state and artillery shelled the anarchist club in Moscow and machine gunned anarchists in the streets. And anybody who even exhibited suspicious behavior that could be classified as anarchist tendencies was subject to arrest and prosecution by the state and imprisonment in a gulag. Yeah. So, yeah. yeah, I don't necessarily trust MLs. I will work with them in community projects at the community level, like if we're doing some mutual aid and we're building a community garden or feeding the houseless, I have no problem working with them. But when it comes with organizational structures, when the MLs are in charge of the organization, this is where I'm probably just going to bow out. Yeah, that's when it becomes problematic. Trust no one, always ask for ID. As I understand it, in Australia, they properly respect my first generation Nissan Pathfinder. Damn Zoomer tankies. It's a thing. One of my longtime like community members, friends, and mod, and you catch him on the stream for, fairly decently, is Cat, and fucking Cat is predicting that there's going to be a huge contingent or a significant contingent of Zoomers who turn eco-fash. That you're going to see eco-fascism on the rise within the Zoomers. Like, we already are. Like, actually, that's a thing. And every time I come across it in the wild, I'd be sure to send a screenshot or something or link to Cat and be like, hey, did you notice? Yeah. Like, Cat, that's Cat's prediction. And I got to tell you, it feels on mark the longer Cat has espoused it. Oh, Rabbit, you're a tanky now, but this time with Anprim tendencies. Jesus Christ, fucking, what idiot called you that now, Rabbit? Kodo, wow, Kai, I guess that authority just doesn't sound that comfy to you. What difference did we have in childhoods? Pretty much from the word go, Kodo. My mom had me listening to, like, Arlo and Woody Guthrie in the car at a very young age. Like, I had no idea that Alice's Restaurant was this super, anti-authoritarian, anti-military, anti-system, like, pro-rebellion song until much later. Putting me in front of a mainframe terminal and bringing me up within technology, put me in touch with the Black Hat hackers, which taught me a whole host of thoughts and techniques and ideologies and practices. Very early on, I discovered that you could hack the brain via psychedelics, and that led me down the path of raving and rave culture, which showed do the weird intellectual pursuits that I have. What I discovered was Alexander Shulgin and FICAL, phenethylamines I have known and loved, long before I did any drugs. And so I had this like weird sort of amalgamation of underpinnings that showed me a direction of how you could free your consciousness, shake it up, discover something outside your own ego and outside the society and culture that you were born into and schooled and propagandized into. I was given the tools and techniques to find information on my own and accumulate it. My mom taught me how to read at a very, very young age, very effectively. She had me reading to her before. By the time I got into kindergarten, and they were like, this is my earliest memory. Here you go. I've told this story once or twice before. This is my earliest memory of an emotion, and it took me a long time to figure out what it was, and it was condescension. I felt that I was just. It was just. I went into. I have one of those birthdays that's a cusp birthday, so you either go into school early or you go a year after, right? So my mom wanted me to go in early. So I go in, and the kindergarten teacher sits me down and is doing the little fucking interview, right? And she looks at me and she says, "Can you recite your ABCs? They're above me. They're above the board behind me if you need some help." And I remember this feeling, this overwhelming just, how dare you be condescending to me like that? And so I closed my eyes and speed ran the ABCs as fast as I possibly could. Just A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, K. All right, so I just speed ran it because my mom already had me reading. And so I was just annoyed at this concept that this teacher was talking down to me in that way. And so I had all of the necessary, plus I grew up in Vermont, which already has an anarchist milieu. We have anarchists in Vermont. We're already ecologically minded. We're not very much in that part of New England especially, we're not very much into being told what to do. Basically, my entire life taught me right out of the gate why authoritarianism sucks and to not give in to the tendencies. So there you go, Coda. That's sort of like the fucking background. Like I remember their names. Fair enough, Rabbit. Interesting. Little difference other than you were put in touch with technology much earlier, whereas I was a dick watcher for most of my... Interesting. I hope Cat is wrong, but I wouldn't honestly be surprised if they're correct. I've seen it myself, and I'm definitely beginning to agree with Cat, says Cassie. Dude, I've seen it myself as well. It's fucking terrifying. Started public school in 3rd grade, but had the option to go into 7th instead. Should have chosen 7th. Yeah, you should have. 4-year-old Kai did an ABC 80% blindfold, ABC percent 100% blindfold glitchless speedrun. Nice. This is far more than I was expecting. I'm appreciating it because it actually answers my question. There's a lot of this that I relate to entirely, whereas some is different. I was highly scholarly, but not exposed to the same opportunities at a young age, and I have an oppositional defiance disorder, but fuck that. No, you don't. I refuse to believe oppositional defiance disorder is a disorder. You can fuck off with that authoritarian bootlicking bullshit. Yeah, do you have problems with authority? Yeah, I have problems with authority. I have philosophical and meta-ethical problems with authority as a fundamental concept. Fuck you, I have some DSM-5 bullshit because I actually have a decent argument against your idiocy. Fuck that shit. I'm the only homeschool kid that didn't have Bible class. Interesting. Kai didn't choose anarchism. Anarchism chose Kai. Basically, I've talked to my mom about this before. We've had that conversation. That I looked at her one day and said, you know, you broke me, right? And she just sort of said, what? I said, actually, it's the opposite now that I think about it. You didn't break me, and for that, I'm thankful. Like, she didn't break me. She didn't, like, all of the stuff that you're supposed to do to make your child get along with society, my mom never did. She just didn't do it. Like, sleep schedule and, you know, like, standard eating habits. Like, I could just graze through our acres of gardens and greenhouse and shit, right? Like, I never, like, all of the sort of stuff that you're supposed to do to teach your kid to just go along to get along in society, my mom just didn't do. And in some cases, she did the exact opposite. And so, like, yeah, my mom literally didn't break me. And as a result, Kai. Damn hippie terrorist parents teaching me science and shit. Rabbit, oppositional defiance disorder is an excuse to blame the kid for the adults. Fuck yeah. I was an anarchist kid. It drove me away from opportunities to learn cool hacking stuff. Oh, I'm sorry, Kodo. I think what Cat's seeing won't have a chance to truly kick off before the U.S. is so trash they can't do anything with the anger. But I don't think I've ever thought Cat was completely wrong. Nor do I, Rabbit. Nor do I. The anarchism was in you the whole time. Well, that's himself. That's why I'm a post-anarchist. Like, I legitimately do believe that now. That is the sort of end stage anarchism. When you finally have assimilated all of the theory and done enough direct action and you get involved in praxis development and stuff like that, I think the end stage for an anarchist is post-anarchism. I think it's when you realize, oh shit, it's in you the whole time. Wait, were you a crazy kid to your parents? Not my mom. I'm getting into Linux now, but I'm going hard mode and applying suicide Linux. That's a joke, by the way. Wait, the anarchisms are inside the host. Yeah, if you want an easy run for Linux, I always recommend Mint. Mint is a good starter territory. Ubuntu, I don't like their GUI for Ubuntu. It's it's somewhat non-standard in a few ways that I'm not a fan of. But yeah, Mint is my primary for, like, if you've never picked up Linux before and you're doing a clean installation, I say Linux Mint is the distro to go with. But Ubuntu is a solid, like, pick if you want to go that route. Cave. Cave. I'll be in you the whole time. No, bad pervert. Gen 2 is fine as long as you don't encounter any problems. Puppy Linux when I feel like I want to be 10. The sideways bar is cool in concept, but it kind of ruins the whole point of having a widescreen monitor. Yeah, Caboose, I don't like the sideways bar. I don't like it at all. So yeah, I encourage it. As somebody who's been working within Linux, before a lot of Linux distros even had kernels, Jesus Christ, before they even had GUIs to run from back in the day, like very basic GUIs and stuff like that. Like somebody who's spent years and years and years on that platform, let me just say, like, Mint is the easiest one to pick up and has all of the capability. Like, it's not hamstrung. It's not like, oh, in their effort to make it user-friendly, they've completely removed all of the things that make Linux worth being Linux, right? That make Linux be Linux. They didn't. It's just the fact of the matter is that the installer is very easy. The interface is very easy. It's very standard, close to a Windows standardized interface. So, yeah, I recommend Linux Mint if it's your first time. Otherwise, let's talk net or FreeBSD. I know it's not Linux, it's BSD. Trust me, I know there's a distinction. I know. But, let's talk one of the BSDs. I always enjoyed FreeBSD. Have you done an anarchism? Do your friends try to get you to do an anarchism? Remember, kids, anarchist is not a toy. My graduation speech was all about questioning rules to see if they're useful and challenging authority where it stagnates. Was that sort of anarchistic? Yeah, Rev. I mean, it may not have been anarchistic, but it was definitely anti-authoritarian. It was definitely ideologically near the anarchistic spectrum. Without hearing the speech, I can't tell you that. But yeah. I installed Mint whenever someone asked me to sort out their PC. Fuck yeah, night loaded. Rev, I used Ubuntu, but I couldn't figure out how to edit the bootloader for Grub 2, and it pissed me off. I like Ubuntu, even though because even my parents could use it. It's fair, Viva. Just remember, your first time might be disappointing, and you shouldn't base your opinion on the first time alone. I haven't played around with Linux in a long time, and I kind of miss it. Close enough, anti-authoritarian for life. Yes. Yeah, Rev. Never anarchism without support. I will tell you, oh God. IRL, my buddies and I have, we have what we call the authority scam pact. And I extend this pact to all of you. Use it in your real life. Rabbit, you're the perfect example for this. Swede, you're also another good example for this. If you are ever recognized as an authority on anything in any way, shape, or form, your homies, this is how authority works. Okay? It's privileged. Right? If you recognize me as an expert on anarchism in any way, shape, or form, if I'm recognized as some level of authority on anarchism, right? that means anybody I recognize as an expert is de facto recognized as having expertise in anarchism, right? So if you are ever recognized as an authority or an expert in anything, feel free to extend that privilege to those around you, to your friend group, to your friends and family. Like, it's a scam. Authority is a scam at the end of the day. It's a grift. Sure, it may have purposes and real world uses, but the functional mechanisms that underpin it allow for this transitive property of authority to occur. And it's a great way to run a grift if you want. Just something I pass on to you. Hey, Discipline Creates Freedom, who created an account 2 minutes ago. Stop spamming in chat. Now that you've been warned, I'll unban you, even though I think that you're nothing more than a troll account. Let's see, what did Estrella say? Yes, you want to get on air? It's been a while. Yes, I couldn't handle the intelligence of a platonic claim. Holy shit. This will be fun. I find the smartest people in society are the ones who make unprompted claims to their grand intelligence. That is usually the hallmark of smart people, is when they claim to be extraordinarily intelligent. I seem to recall Stephen Hawking saying, "I'm really fucking smart." I think, was that the beginning of A Brief History of Time? Is that the opening passage, maybe? Yeah. Okay, so you're just a bad face roll. All right, cool. I can just ignore you now. Cool. I can't leave my house without loading my massive fucking cranium into a U-Haul. What is intelligence? I scored 130 and the longest I've ever had a job was a year. Rev, to you, I quote Jiddu Krishnamurti. It is no measure of health to be well adjusted to a sick society. So, yeah, that I wouldn't worry about in the least, Rev. Any society, a sick society, skeptic. It's right there in the statement. It is no measure of health to be well adjusted to a sick society. Jiddu Krishnamurti was speaking of Western societies, though. He was in that instance. It's a sexy quote. Jiddu Krishnamurti is, and thank you, Guillotine. I came out of a mushroom trip one time and I was listening to Jiddu Krishnamurti and it changed my life. I'm not gonna lie. Like there was some like proper wisdom he was dropping, and I was, neuroplasticity was dialed up due to the psilocybin and psilocin content that was still in my bloodstream, and yeah, it helped me out a lot, like trying to break myself to fit in. DMT didn't. DMT didn't change my life. Psilocybin did, for sure. Stephen Hawking, physicists who call people who boast about IQ score losers. In a 2004 interview with the New York Times, Stephen Hawking, when asked about his IQ, gave a curt reply. I have no idea. People who boast about their IQ are losers. Oh. Big dick energy. That's what actual big dick energy looks like. Elliot, I'd love to try psychedelics, but my mind wouldn't be able to handle it. Know thyself, Elliot. Know thyself. First rule of everything in life. Know thyself. If you feel that you could not handle psychedelics, then don't do it. Don't do it. That's yeah, personal responsibility like that is tantamount. Because DMT, skeptic, I was doing extraordinary doses of shrooms to the point where, yes, I'm sure, look, I've had multi-dimensional experiences. I've had consciousness ripped from my body and floated through the galaxy. I've had dimensional jumps. I've had conversation. Like, you don't need DMT to do that. DMT is just one avenue of reaching that position. 5 dried grams of psilocybin mushrooms will do the job. Try 12. I mean, don't. It's mind melting. I don't recommend it, but I've done it. Yeah. Like, you can get there. You can get there by different avenues. DMT is not the end all be all. It's not the only methodology. Biddies! Thank you, Marcus. Either get on Discord or fuck off like the cowardly troll you are, said Marcus. Oh yeah, the portion about fucking Mensa as well on there. Oh. Kodo, DMT didn't do that because like I iterated already. DMT was later in the party, as it were, in my life. There was, I mean, sure, it's a bit of a different perspective just from the aspect of how fast it comes up and how fast you come down. But honestly, once you've done enough of them in the arena, right? Once you've brewed your own ayahuasca, once you've done, high amounts of 2CB and psilocybin and extractions and salvia and acid and, once you've done enough in that group, in that party, in the entheogenic pantheon, as it were, DMT was, sure, another data point, but it didn't shift my perspective any. It didn't change anything for me. Wait, we have a young Earth creationist boasting about their IQ? Oh, please. Oh, will they get on Discord? I'll send you an invitation, you goofy motherfucker. Oh. I know he is. That's what I'm laughing at, Swede. No. Oh, I won't debate you, but I'll definitely have a conversation with you. I definitely want to hear some of this. You can take that debate bro energy and shove it up your ass. but I most assuredly would love to have a conversation with you. If you're a young earth creationist, I for sure want to have a conversation with you. I'm an ordained minister and have been for 17 going on 18 years. Yeah. You're a coward. You're a coward who likes to talk big in chat, but that's it. Oh, man. God does not forgive furries. Jack, which is why you brew it yourself. It's why you brew it yourself. It's not always easy to get your hands on Banisterius opsis capi and Psychotrius viridis in North America, but you can substitute Illinoisensis, which is a brush bush native to North America, for Banisterius opsis. And you can do an ayahuasca analog that is native to North America rather than trying to outsource the South American components, which is what an indigenous shaman would do anyway. So, yeah, it's a route. Okay. So let's run a poll. Let's manage a poll here. New poll. There you go. What's going on? I heard barking and drugs. Any new drugs added to my list? Some combination that'd be beneficial to health. Oh, not beneficial to physical health, Wither, because you will puke your guts up. But what we were talking about is the combination of plants that comprise traditional ayahuasca. Banisterius opsis capi is a vine, and Psychotria viridis is a plant leaf. It's a plant or a small shrub that has wide leaves. These two combined have an MAOI, an MAO inhibitor, and DMT. And so you brew these, and you extract, you mash, extract, brew, cook down into what you probably know as ayahuasca. And I was saying how, North American, shamans would make an analog rather than try and seek out the Banisterius opsis, which is a South American vine. It's an indigenous vine to South America. And so up here you would use something like Illinoisensis, which is a dry shrub. It's kind of like a tumbleweed in some aspects, actually. And so you would substitute that in as appropriate. But yeah, we were talking about ayahuasca. Kodo, the only one that really changed my life was good old dolphin telephone, Ms. Ketamine. Yeah, Kodo, I feel you. It's funny how those guys come with name dropping and shit, and they quote people smarter than them to use their legitimacy. There was the other time it was Nozick, now Kent something. Shala, yeah, the Nozick guy was special. Can someone just ban this fucking moron already, please? I say either gets on mic or fucks off. Yep, that's the poll we've got going. So either they jump on air or they get removed from the stream. Estrella, yes, means that we give them the option. And if they do not get on the air, then they are removed. That's what that means. I have sent them the invitation. No means they get to stay no matter what. Yes means, oh, there we go. So, there we go. Either get on air, stop being a coward, and share your massive galaxy-brained ideas. I already sent you a Discord link in your whispers. So either get on air or be removed. I enjoy your voice. So can you describe ketamine at a medical level and its effects to me for ASMR now too? Ketamine. Ketamine is a dissociative anesthetic. As such, what it does is basically separate the consciousness or the ego, as you see it, from the operation of the body. It has a numbing effect upon the body as well. So what you stop feeling your physical pain, you stop feeling yourself, and what you start feeling is the grand activity. You start to feel yourself float and separate from the body. That feels weird doing that. So now what we'll do, we'll see if, okay, so what we're going to do is let's do 2 minutes, and there we go. We have a prediction running. Will they end up being a coward who refuses to get on air and share their galaxy-brained ideas because they're smarter than Stephen Hawking? Or will they actually put up? See, let me track the prediction over here. Are they a coward or will they get on air? So, yes, is there a coward? Nay, they'll get on air. There you go. Oh, well, it doesn't matter. Hey, Discipline, somebody has just redeemed 30,000 channel points to time you out because they're sick and tired of hearing you. So I personally don't think you'll survive the 10 minutes. You seem like you need attention, but I respect people a modicum more when they survive the timeout. But I will tell you, if you survive this 10-minute timeout, when you come back, the only option will be to immediately get on air or you will be banned. Because you are a several-minute-old troll account, and we've paid you enough attention. So good luck to you, God bless, or whatever the fuck you believe in, and yeah. So and by the way, so we know with the prediction, how that'll play out is if they are here afterwards and they get on air, then that's a win. But I think, yeah, I think that we're gonna have a cowardice on this galaxy-brained person. Personally, yeah. I kind of like Matter of Fact guy. Let's see. Darwin, bless you. Well, that was super boring. Yeah. Kitty doll. Oh, God. I enjoy your voice, so can you describe ketamine at a medical... Oh, Jesus. Oh, I 7K on him and you rigged the situation against me. You know what? Hang on, let's do this. Hang on. Holy shit. Y'all motherfuckers had... Oh my God. Y'all put... All right. Points are coming back. Based on the fact that Viva redeemed the timeout on him, I issued points back. You already got him, Swede. You already got him. Although we could do another one. There you go. Got it. You got a couple hedging their bets on yes. Oh, somebody just dropped some fucking points into yes. $8,500 Saurus bucks is not nothing. Oh. Yep, the mods aren't. Premarital went full in on no. So, yeah. Rev went no. I'm going to get addicted to Skinner boxes at this rate. I think he will not join the chat. No, I don't think he'll, you know. Fucker better have left to troll some titty streamers. Boss went with no as well. Yeah, so what do we got? We got 63,706 points in no, and we got 41,598 points in yes. So we'll see. Interesting. Interesting, Estrella. Let me check. I mean, mods have access to a user list, so that is definitely a thing that RV could predict correctly. Fucking coward. Yeah, we'll see in 10 minutes. We'll see when the timeout gets lifted as to whether they're back or not. But yeah, we shall see. For the moment, though, they did leave. Did I see that Crunchyroll bought the rights to WWE anime? No. Peyote, is that... Oh, yeah, you ever get high off cactus? I assume, Karina, that's what you're asking is about peyote. No, I've never done a peyote ceremony. Have done mescaline though, which is the active compound in peyote. So, most German slot streamer got a harsh backlash for promoting gaming addiction. Then they took action, and since then I've seen none. Interesting. Didn't know there were German slot streamers even. I mean, that's the thing. Like, if the casinos allowed it, I could walk into a fucking casino and show you like real gambling. Yes. Wither San Pedro button cactus, aka peyote. Yes. Some Native Americans used to use it. So a couple of the tribes used it. Yeah, rabbit. Yes. Peyote is in the same camp as ayahuasca. Bring a bucket. You're going to be puking. Yeah. Cave, it's for 10 minutes. So, like, I don't know, 6 more minutes, something like that, maybe. This week on Kai's stream, how many whacks of a crowbar before a lot of machines spit out coins? No, Karina, what it would be is how many whacks of a crowbar before Kai gets tackled by casino security? Did you see the Quarterly Journal of Economics study? No. On correlation of minimum wage as a percentage of average national wage to happiness and unemployment? No, I didn't, Swede, but that's probably a useful thing. If you did, nerd. Hey, Kodo. Kodo. Thank you for the gift sub, Kodo. Thank you for the gift sub. Oh. 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 Zero. That is if Kai doesn't hide the crowbar until the last second. But why? It's up to you, Viva. I'll jump on. Oh, I see you there. Sorry, I wasn't scrolled down. Hello, my German compatriot.
Hey ho.
There we go. Just get your Kodo, baby, come back. Yep, trying to rig that prediction, I see. It's okay. You know, I live in Vegas. I'm used to people rigging table games. Praxis, nice. Kodo, you should also send him a whisper and say hello and congratulate them on being an anarchist or something like that. Just fuck with them a little bit. It'd be fun. It'd be worth it. Hey,
how many people think he will come back?
I don't. Maybe at another time, but I think once that douchebag gets a sight of some titties, they're probably gonna be stroking their little. I heard. Okay, so I created this the other day. Just gonna steal it. Fucking response to somebody about so some guy fucking made a dick joke. He made a my dick's so big joke. And the comeback to it was, your dick's so small, if you stuck it into a woman, chances are her immune system would attack it thinking it's a microbe. Mike. Might have to file that one away. Apparently, Ghislaine Maxwell has pleaded not guilty to sex trafficking charges. So, that's a thing. That fucking cunt.
You surprised?
I mean, you know, I guess kind of, not really, sort of, maybe. I don't know. I've never played Jack 2. So I can't tell you whether Jack 2 is capitalist propaganda. Sorry, Rev. Has anybody played Jack 2, and whether does anybody have a political science analysis on whether it's capitalist propaganda? Did you hear about her refusing to use the toilet in her cell? No. No, I didn't. But now I have, and I'm not sure what to do with that information. I have... Ghislaine Maxwell has a messy jail cell, doesn't flush toilet, prosecutors allege. In a letter filed in Manhattan federal court, prosecutors responded to a claim which Maxwell's lawyers made in February, saying that she was abused by a jail guard during a search and forced to clean as punishment. In reality, prosecutors claimed that guards made Maxwell clean her cell because she let it fall into disarray, letting a stench grow because she doesn't flush the toilet after she uses it. Among things, they had noted that the defendant frequently doesn't flush her toilet after using it, which causes the cell to smell, as well as other refuse being strewn about the cell. Oh my god, it's fucking.
I don't understand this thing with like people that are like well off, because I have seen this multiple times.
The bad guy's name was General Praxis. Oh, interesting, Rev. That is something. Finally at 98% of downloading the Doge blockchain sync. I had $4.50. I've been trying to sell it since it hit 40 cents. Well, I mean, good luck, Patronum. I'm still not over that. I'm still not over that. I don't know what to do with that. And yeah, Rabbit, we showed a video of what 80 pounds of tannerite exploding looks like. We showed 10 pounds up close, as well as showed a photo of one of the local homeowners showing a glass of well water after the explosion had gone off, and how all their water was brown and murky and shit now due to the disruption to the water table. Hey, Sidereal. You'd think that'd be more of a cell phone. I know, right? She's used to having a flushing maid. I just saw a recipe for roasted green grape rosemary tarts. Roasted green grapes. I mean, I suppose that could enhance the sweetness and caramelize the sugars. So, I mean, I've never heard of roasted grapes before, but yeah, I mean, it could work. Hey, they're here. They're here. They're fucking here. Predictions. Will the coward be here after the timeout? Yes. So the yeses have it. Congratulations, yeses. Complete the prediction. A whole bunch of channel points just went out. Congratulations. The yeses have it.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I know who the Jesus Christ came from. 116,100 points.
For Proudly Radical. Since I owe Kai a few favors from back in the old days. Shit, I probably shouldn't talk about that. Wait, why are you still recording? Fine. Just be sure to edit it out. Anyways, as I was saying, this is Alex Jones, and I just wanted to teach the proletariat a few things about anarchism. Anarchism isn't about chaos. In fact, it's quite the opposite. Anarchism is about the people. It's about solidarity and mutual aid. It's about removing unjust authority and hierarchies. We should all be anarchists. The world would be a better place. Now, I'm going to apologize again to all those parents whose lives I ruined because I'm such a douchebag. Jones, out.
Oh, he wants to come on
Guy,
to
this
this
has got to
stuff.
make us even for that incident you helped me out with.
He's got a link in Whispers. It's already sent. It's already got a Discord link. Hey, there's Cappy. So 116,100 channel points got redistributed to Kodo and 11 others. Looks like Kodo, though, was the big winner on that one. So congratulations, Kodo and others. And as far as them, let's see, fucking motherfuckers.
I call foul because he bought the election.
It's the American system. If you can't buy the election, then fucking buying elections is as American as apple pie at this point.
Kodo, you used Citizens United on this, didn't you?
And Kodo immediately starts spending points, just fucking out there at the strip club, making it rain. Vote was rigged, campaign fraud. Got 400 points out of it. Good for you. Oh no, I'm out of fake monies that I can't eat anyway, says Rev. But will they get on air? Oh, yeah, Kodo's just making it fucking rain with that shit. Holy shit. Like I said, the invitation has already been sent. So, we will, hey, thank you, boss. Yeah, it's not half bad. Oh, do they need fucking hydrate? Dude, Kodo, Kodo, stop spending it on hydrate. I'm not gonna fucking chug a glass of water. That's not how that shit works. But I will. Let's see. All right, that one, and then I'll give you back those hydrates. All right, there we go. Hey, oh, there we go. Music. Is there? There we go. Yeah, you gotta. I do believe you gotta. There you go. I was gonna say you gotta spell it correctly with her. So it's the catch in command structure. For a command to execute correctly, you gotta spell the command correctly. It's funny like that. I remember I used to have to explain all the time. Hey, Kodo, thank you for the sub. Fucking 4 months. I used to have to explain to clients all the time that the reason the email isn't going through correctly is because you have to send it to the correct email address. I had to have that conversation an uncomfortable amount of times.
Computers. The great thing is they do exactly what you tell them to. The bad thing is they do exactly what you tell them to do.
I'm suing Dominion in the name of the People's Republic of Chadistan. RM-RF slash. Yeah, I saw that. I saw that. Fucking there's let's see. Is there any way? No, I can't. It is what it is. Oh no, I saw it a while ago. I just chose not to. I chose to ignore it. Cave, you are actually. I predict that you will end up having to have a TOS ban. Like, I like you. I really do. I think a lot of what you do is funny. But you cross so many fucking lines regularly. I was thinking about this the other day. It was Mr. Sir. Not once I confirmed the prediction, Estrella. No. I was thinking about this when Mr. Sir asked for their diamond. And they're like, why can't I have a VIP badge? I'm like, you have. Your account's in good standing. I was in the kitchen making some food, and I was thinking about that. And your name popped into my head. And I was like, yeah, had it been Cave, I probably wouldn't have been able to give the VIP badge because like 3 minutes later, you probably would have done something to get a ban. You're the motherfucker that I'm convinced is going to have to spin up many new accounts. Like like I said, nothing against you. I think a lot of what you do is funny, but you definitely know how to straddle that line. No. No, I'm pretty sure it doesn't work that way. No. Let's see. Let me pull up the community. Viewer rewards, channel points. No, we can't give channel points, Estrella. That's not a function we have. Sorry. Must feel proud to not have every one of your messages highlighted, Kodo. Kodo got those fucking big bucks now. $27 timed you out for dab on them hoes like Bin Laden. Told me not to use that kind of offensive language. Rabbit would know. Rich boy life. What you mean, mate? I won too. Account is free if anyone wants it. If anybody wants discipline creates freedom. I know there's a couple of people in here that fuck around with the auth crew. That might be a useful account if you want to borrow it off of Cave. I couldn't relate. Oh, fuck me. Boss ballin'. So, all right, let me see something here. What time is it? It's like 8:48. We could actually make, like, because I know the, like, last Fridays, all these nouveau riche. Night loaded, dude. The nouveau riche are so cringe. Old money is where it's at, for sure. At least they have class and style. Nouveau riche are always gaudy and have like golden toilets and shit like that. Oh, one of my favorite stories from because my stepfather has. I mean, I've talked about him before. He comes from that world. Like he legitimately comes from that world. His family was members at the Boston Athenaeum and shit like that. Like, for anybody who wonder what the Boston Athenaeum is, it's a library. It's a private library. It's super exclusive for actual membership. You cannot, like, you have to buy your way in, but you can't buy your way in. Like, it's really expensive to get a membership to the Athenaeum, but it's not available. And there's this story the fucking rich douchebags in Boston tell about apparently Shaq tried to get a membership to the Athenaeum. And the general response was, who are you? Like, you're nobody. Like, there's no amount you could pay to be a member here. Like, yeah. It's like that. Old money is... They're a special group. They're a special group. They hate you already. Trust me. My family money is old. It was taken in the 14th century. That's because old money had a chance to teach their kids how to act. There must be a gold mine of yo money so old joke somewhere. I used to date a woman like that who liked to slum it up. Good God, what a mistake. Somebody should eat them. Yeah, it's most assuredly that sort of thing. Like I've told like some of his stories before about, you know, being fucking good old boy network. The first time he smoked a joint was with the great grandson of Grover Cleveland. It's either great grandson or great great grandson. I forget which, but I'm pretty sure it's great grandson. The first time he ever smoked a joint, and the only time by his accounting, that he ever smoked weed was with the great grandson of a president. He went to school with people whose names you know from history books and shit like that. You're like, that name sounds familiar. No, it's their great grandson or their grandson, or, you know, their great 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 nephew or something like that. Like that's what his alum like booklet looks like when he receives it. It's absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, I grew up 40 miles from Tom Cotton. Does that count? You aren't real bourgeoisie unless you're old money. Jack, old money basically refers to nouveau riche means newly rich, right? Basically, there's this distinction that's made. Like, does your money come from like the Mayflower era or before, or does your money come from some tech stocks that you invested in recently, right? And there is a line of demarcation in society that most people just think of the rich, like the rich and wealthy, right? But if you hang around these people long enough, and I'm sure Swede has met his fair share of these people,
I'm related to some of them.
there is a very clear line of demarcation between the nouveau riche and old money. And old money does not like the nouveau riche. They find them tasteless and classless.
Like my cousin Sandy Lerner, who founded Cisco Systems, wrote a book. It's like a part 2 to Pride and Prejudice. Terrible book, and my wife hates it. She had dinner, or she had lunch with me, or invited me to lunch at the Cosmos Club in DC, which is you basically had to have written a book and be rich and all this other crap to have a membership there and everything. And some of the other members there just looked down on her because she made her money within the last 50 to 100 years. Yep. They don't like her.
She's trash. Like this is how old money operates. It's how they keep exclusive ranks. It is very much, if you think that the rich and wealthy are not above classism, no, they're not. They're firmly entrenched in it as well, and there are class divisions amongst them as well. And yes, even the billionaires who are like Bezos rich are not seen in a good light. They're
not welcome in certain circles.
Yeah, it's like you can't buy your way in here. You just can't. You could put $500 billion on the table, and they still don't want you there. It has nothing to do with the amount of money that you have. Like, you have to cross the threshold. Like, the money gets you the conversation, but it's the next question is, so how did you make your money? And if it's, oh, well, I created Amazon, 3 decades ago, then the answer is no. Sorry.
And for you ladies in the chat, she also founded Urban Decay, so you can thank her for that.
Yeah, a Rockefeller wouldn't let Elon Musk himself suck on their pee-pee.
Yeah.
Rabbit, Bezos is openly laughed at by several people's families, I know. Yeah, for sure. Like, this is a thing. My stepfather, when growing up, here's another fucking stepfather story for those that haven't heard it. When growing up, he initially, after a move and a whole bunch of stuff, he basically got put into this school, which he did not enjoy. Literally his first day there, he decided he didn't like it. And so he went home and said, I don't think this is going to work out for me. I don't want to go to this school. And so his aunt, who was the matriarch of the family, said, all right, we'll find you a new school. We'll get you one of the best schools, like plain and simple. And so she came back a couple days later with some suggestions. And my stepfather's response was, well, I want to ski. Like on the weekends and in my downtime, I want to ski. So the school should be adjacent to ski resorts. So they decided on, and for those that have contacts within old money, they decided on Exeter Academy. Exeter is well known. Let's just put it that way. It's a pipeline school. It's one of those types of schools. And so this is the matriarch, so filthy rich. So they decide on Exeter Academy, but the house is a ways away from Exeter, and my stepfather says, well, what about in winters, right? Because in winters the family vacations in Florida, like they just uproot. They were down in the Keys during during the winter in New England. They fuck school, fuck all that. Like everything changes. Like we winter down south. And he said, but I still want to ski. Like I'm really into skiing. And so his aunt says, well, we'll figure something out. And so she makes contact with a house that is essentially a boarding house right down the street from the school that he can stay at during the winter months. And his first question is, but what am I going to do about laundry? And she said, oh no, sweetheart, they have a full staff. Of course, we wouldn't leave you otherwise. So they have cooks and butlers and, maids and that sort of thing, just as we do here. Okay, this is middle school, by the way. All right? Like, this is what his middle school experience looked like. He handpicked the school, one of the best in the world, frankly. And he essentially decides that he doesn't want to winter in the Keys with his family. He'd rather be skiing. So they put him up at a boarding house with a maid, with his own maid, with a with a cook staff, with a cleaning staff, that sort of thing. He's got all sorts of those stories. Like when he was living in Boston on Newbury Street. If you know Boston and you know Newbury Street, to live on Newbury Street is a fucking thing. It's like saying, oh, where do you live? Madison Avenue. I live on Madison Avenue. Like, where do you live? I live on Sunset Boulevard in Beverly Hills. Like, it's like that, right? Like, this is one of those streets that's just like, are you serious? You lived there? He lived in Newbury Street. And he said, one time, I ran out of clothes. And I didn't feel like taking them to anyone. I didn't feel like taking them back to the house, to the cleaning staff or anything like that. And I'm just already face in hand sort of stuff because I knew what was coming. And I just looked up and I looked at him and I said, you bought an entirely new wardrobe, didn't you? He said, yeah. Yeah, I just threw out all the dirty clothes and I went down to Newbury Street and just bought myself an entirely new wardrobe because I didn't feel like doing laundry.
Yep.
That's just that world.
Here's the other example I love is that guy from WeWork, Adam, whatever his name is, tried to buy a condo on Madison Avenue, or is it Fifth Avenue? And the other people that lived there banded together to form a HOA that could deny him being able to purchase a condo there. And then they disbanded it as soon as he got frustrated and quit.
Rabbit is correct. Bougie, bougie is about 6 steps below what we're talking about. Yeah, like this is stupid money. Yep, Cassie, he just went shopping. Exactly. Caboose, what?
There's actually a good documentary on the kids of these family. Yeah, Ivanka Trump is one of the kids that they follow in it, but like, which doesn't make sense. But the other ones are like, the kids of the Johnson & Johnson empire.
He's an interesting one. Yeah, I know about him.
But he's one of the actually cooler ones that doesn't like his life.
The Disney heiress is also in that territory where she's talking mad shit about the fucking wealthy all the time. Like, tax us. Yeah.
Yeah. So I would actually, I think that's on YouTube that you can find it. And I don't remember what it's called, but it's the documentary's done by one of the kids that is this rich. And he kind of got in trouble with his circle of friends. He lost half of his friends because they were like, dude, you don't talk about the money. You don't show us. You don't.
Yeah, that's another thing. The old money does not talk about money. That's very much hard coded into their social norms. Like
the only time numbers fly out is if you're trying to settle up at the poker table. That's it.
They find it imminently distasteful to talk about money. There's not much more distasteful to them than talking about money. It is strange, but it is true. Yeah, old money does not talk about money at all. Yeah. Hey, your main simp. Hey, Tony Hawk. I've played a lot of your games. My favorite was American Wasteland. I've always wanted to ask you this. When you play your own games, do you play as the pre-made Tony Hawk or do you make yourself as a character? One, far from the first person to make the Tony Hawk reference. I mean, like triple digits far from the first. But one of the more creative ways of stating that I look like Tony Hawk. Love it. And I honestly have never really played the Tony Hawk games. But I would probably play. I'd probably play the pre-made Tony Hawk. Yeah, that feels right. Tony Hawk would play as himself.
I wasn't impressed.
Rabbit,
But even people,
gain, turn up.
Again with that shit?
Yeah, you turn it down for other people, then I need you to turn it up.
Well, fine. Hold on. How's that?
One more.
Buttons. Who's got the buttons? How's that?
Better. Thank you.
All right.
Kodo, bro, I was basically homeless and in love with a woman 10 years, my senior, whose family's only worth like 30 million. So it was like 1/1000th of a Bezos. And it actually wrecked my brain. Yeah, it does. They dated for 4 years. It was a good run. I tried the thing. Let's see. Yeah. Old money sounds alien.
Good practice swing.
Old money is very weird. Cassie had a friend at a boarding school. There's sign number 1 who wrote a check for a Ferrari for his 16th birthday. I'm surprised he wrote the check. Yeah,
they have people for that.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, the truly wealthy don't usually have money. They're usually broke.
Yeah, their lawyers actually write the money.
Yeah, they're usually broke as fuck, quite frankly. You can't get them to pay for anything. Like, it's, they have people for that, as Rabbit said. Like, that's... Handling money is dirty.
I had a friend whose family was in cattle money, like 5th generation cattle money. They were possibly the most insufferable human beings on the planet. Like, got into upper division gymnastics as a hobby. Like, okay.
I need a skateboard in the background. Well, I mean, Duffy forgot to ask for a kick flip. Yeah, if somebody wants to send me a skateboard, I'll put it right there. I'll put it in the corner. If somebody has like an old beat up skateboard deck that they're not using, you can send it to President Obama. Welcome, President. Former President Obama. Yeah, if you have an old beat up skate deck, I have a PO box. You can send it to me. I will put it in that fucking corner. We'll put it on display just to do the fucking Tony Hawk thing. I
do have to agree with the old rich, though. The nouveau rich are insufferable.
I 100%
They
agree.
really are.
Yeah.
It's because they have to show it off.
it depends.
It's like what was that line? Trump is a poor man's idea of how a rich man acts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's a classless person's idea of how a classy person acts. He's a poor man's idea of how a rich person acts. He's a weak man's idea of how a powerful person acts.
Well, there was that editor from the New York Times he was the one who was the originator of the small hands meme, and actually all he said was it was surprising to him that his hands were as like clubbed as they are, because the guy never fucking worked. So how is it that you have a workman's hands? And for the rest of his career up until today, every single year on the anniversary of the interview, Trump sends him an outline of his hands done in
so
gold
petty.
ink.
He's so petty. He's so
petty.
petty.
And the guy was like, this is a summary of how completely shallow this human being is. It's not even gold, it's gold pen. If he was sending me a golden hand,
yeah,
that would be
a little baller, right? Yeah, like
yeah.
Jack, how the fuck do you people have connections to the filthy rich? My mom married one. Irish rabbit.
I'm related.
There you go.
Be clear and pretty.
Like, my grandmother and Sandy used to play together when they were in school together. Like, that's
nice.
Like their cousin, their first cousin. So that would make me and her first or like third cousins 3 times removed or something like that.
Why do they not like talk about money? Yeah, well, a lot of pretty much covered that for you, Eyeball. It makes them a target. Plus, it's seen as something that you don't do. Basically, as we said, they have staff for that. Handling the money is somebody else's job. And so
they never learned how to.
Yeah,
Some of them genuinely don't know how much money they have.
Yeah.
Like, they don't know.
That's not
Some
their job.
of them don't even have like access to any of their bank accounts themselves.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's staff for that. There's people who are employed for generations and in generations to do that sort of thing. Yeah.
I'm good friends with some of them. Staffs.
And some
Yeah,
of
and-
them actually can't get at their money because there's rules against them getting at their money. Like, they're insiders in Johnson & Johnson. They can't sell their stock
Yeah.
unless they like do a 3-month planned sale or some, things along those lines, where it's actually the SEC has rules about them being able to get their money. And so they're like, well, it doesn't really matter. I mean,
Who's more destructive, old or new rich? That depends on the rubric that you're using for that measurement, Karina. There's an argument to be made both directions.
I would say new rich in the
Now.
way they consume.
I would say in the now, the
Yeah.
nouveau riche are far more destructive. I would
Yeah.
say taken in totality, the old money is leaps and bounds more destructive than the nouveau riche could even hope to be. Because chances are the old money is already invested in the nouveau riche's shit anyway. It's like, yeah, you made money. I made money off of you too, dumbass. But yeah, I think taken in totality, the old money is probably more destructive, but taken contemporarily, taken as in what's happening right now, nouveau riche. Yeah.
Well, and like the access that I got to the incredibly wealthy. So mine was a little bit more circuitous, which ended up with more disdain as a result. I was young, queer, and pretty, but my mother was a huge Anglophile, so she used to read like Pride and Prejudice and shit. So I talked like that.
Oh,
And exactly. So I'd go into the room and they thought I was slumming it and that I actually had money.
yeah. Yes. I was.
good. Go read the sequel to Pride and Prejudice, and you'll see how bad a writer my cousin is.
I'm not even tempted. Although I am. I'm like, Pride and Prejudice and zombies, only bad.
It's true. My rich in-laws and girlfriend were huge neo-libs and hated Trump. I'd go spend a night with them, and they would literally watch Colbert. My uncle's rich, but he started with nothing, with a siding company. But again, not fuck you money. Duffy had a boss that was worth about 20 million, but old and down to earth. Yeah, that's that kind of rich is always interesting. Talking about money is lame and gaudy. It is. Money is dirty. Power is not. Yes, and that is true. If you have enough money, money becomes an abstract. And then it becomes about just what money represents. Power, resource. That's it.
How much is about?
I mean, there's a reason they collect art.
Ugh.
They don't just stack their money in the living room and stare at it.
The art industry. Jesus fucking Christ. Talk about a
Or
grift.
the collectibles, like, you'll find the Vanderbilts, the collection of things just gaudy as hell. Like they have Napoleon's chess set.
Yeah, well, and let's be clear. By the time you get into that sort of upper echelon of the universe, like the Smithsonian is named after a person. His name was Smithson. He had such a collection that he gifted it to the US government, and in return they named an entire institution after him and then gave it the legal recourse to claim any archaeological dig that was found for something like 30 years. Like, I mean, this is you run the government power.
The
Yeah,
library.
The zoo in Omaha is named after one of those types of people.
Yeah.
Art wings everywhere, fucking that sort of thing. The Library of Congress is started as Thomas Jefferson's personal library. He had like over 11,000 rare and antique books in his collection, and he was like, we need a national library. I'll donate my personal library. And that was the
Did he have
Foundational Library of Congress.
Did he have maps of where he marched his slaves so that they could miss the 1 year clock on the Pennsylvania rule?
I'm sure he probably did. Yeah. Let's see.
I did find out that I actually have cousins who have fuck off money. They donated a. I found this out because of the genealogies. I did not know any of this, and my family never discusses it, but because they're good little Protestants and they don't talk about wealth. But one branch of the family, apparently, they donated a golf course to the city where they lived because they weren't using it.
Sounds about right.
Yep.
Critical, is it bad to dehumanize rich folk? I'm generally against it, but for this kind of special breed, I'm willing to make an exception. I love that we're like, literally, that's what the anarchist stream is doing right now, is informing people that there's actually class structure inside the wealthy.
Oh, yeah.
That people, like, we're actually like breaking news for some people. Like, this is actually an education that some people are like, no, they aren't a monolith. There is a distinction between rich and wealthy, and even within the wealthy, there are distinctions such as nouveau riche and old money. This is a very classist set of groups. They're not just applying class warfare to you; they're engaged in it amongst themselves as well. It's a very real thing for them. As far as
and the Gen X and the millennial people that are involved in the old money are going to be very different in how that money gets structured.
They really are.
They are going to actually be donating and getting rid of their wealth quite a bit faster. They're not going to be marrying. They're not going to be having kids. Their wealth will die with them.
Plus, a lot of that attitude, and this is apparently informative for several people, but I'm betting most of the ones that are on the call right now are familiar. But you can be in the room and a name will be said and you can watch the faces drop. Like, they specifically exclude members from this club, not based on money, but because they're insufferable. They're loutish, they throw their weight around, and that is seen as incredibly tasteless.
Old money is subtle.
Yeah.
Think of the brash oil baron that walks around with a 10-gallon hat and like laughs and throws money around, and that's the exact opposite of what you would normally see.
Old money drives used cars.
Yeah.
It's a very real phenomenon, like old Land Rovers and shit like that. Benzes from like the late 80s and shit. And
This car are still more expensive than a new one.
Yeah.
I mean, what is it? Queen Elizabeth, all of the vehicles that are on the grounds are from World War II because that's what she learned to work on.
Yeah.
So they collect them.
Old
Except for
money
her brand new Land Rover, which is made by Indian, because Land Rover and Jaguar are owned by Tata.
And
for the ultimate irony.
Kodo, wait, do anarchists hate fine art? No. It's not the art itself. And it has nothing to do with anarchism. It has to do with the fact that I understand the art industry. Anybody who operates at a certain financial level has had exposure to this or has familial exposure to this. It's a grift. It's a fucking grift. It is a tax avoidance scheme and a money laundering scheme. I'm not fucking around. Like, this is a blanket statement. Art at that, like, I'm super fucking rich level is nothing more than money laundering and tax avoidance. It is.
You go to Sotheby's, you're old money.
Yeah, oh God, yes. Well, and what was the one that just got bankrupted because it turned out that they'd bought 50 forgeries? What was the, oh God, they just did a thing on Netflix about this.
Okay, cool, Koda.
But yeah, they interviewed one art appraiser, because there's like people who professionally appraise different artists, like, is this a Basquiat, yes or no? And they had interviewed one museum curator, and I want to say it was the Met. I could be wrong about that, but the interviewer just asked him flat out, how many paintings in this building right now do you think are forgeries? And the only response he gave was, I don't even want to guess.
Ooh, nice.
They know it's a grift.
Nice, Duffy. And Kodo, I spent my entire adult years trying to stop friends from choking on their own vomit from partying and catching fent and falling several times. There's a class distinction everywhere. There's generally involves failing upwards, though, and not dying. Let's see.
It was an art auction house, and they went back.
My channel points will fade gracefully.
Back to the question that was asked earlier. I'm not a fan of dehumanizing anyone. I don't care how rich they are.
I think that, I mean, having known a few of them, dude, they're just as fucking warped as you would imagine, right? Like, they didn't have a chance either, right? The same sort of material and societal conditions that we fucking wax on about, you know, at the other end of this spectrum, about how, you know, well, what do anarchists do about jail? Well, first we'd address the conditions of society, the fact that people, you know, poverty is the =1 predictor for crime, this sort of thing, right? These people had conditions as well. Granted, it caused a lot less of suffering for them. If they needed that MRI or they needed dental care or they needed the world's best healthcare, trust me, it was brought to them. But they were indoctrinated just as much as anyone else. And having known one of these people, you know, having met my stepfather, it breaks their brain, like, for life, for the most part. Like, it breaks how they see things.
But even with the nouveau riche, like my cousin, I mean, she honestly created something that benefited society. She created the network switch and the router. You know, that's something that the world uses, and created Cisco systems with it. So, I mean, you can't fault somebody for creating that and then just using the system to get rich off of it.
Oh, fuck it. Hey, Marcus, I'll say it till I die. My ex is a Carnegie. By the way, it's Carnegie, not Carnegie. Is a Carnegie.
Carnegie was the one who wrote the book about how to win friends and influence people.
Yes. Her grandmother threatened to lynch me for being nouveau riche and a Negro. Sounds about right. Sounds about right.
Yes, Patronum, thank you. It was the Knoedler Gallery.
And Falca, could the art bubble ever pop? Do you think? No, it's artificially maintained.
Well, and it pops constantly.
Yeah, it's a. The art market isn't an actual thing. Like, Swede, how would you describe the art market? It's artificial. So, like, how do you describe that as an economist? Like, what's the analysis of something that's a fucking grift like that?
There's other people that study this, and I've read some other things on it, but it's one of those really weird where artificial demand is projected upon certain things, but the demand is never there. It was like the housing market in 2008. It was really weird. Reading about how it works, and I don't even know. It's outside my wheelhouse.
Yeah, it definitely that is the general thing. You get a piece of artwork that you commissioned, appraised for $300,000. You donate it to a collection, and then you claim it on your taxes.
In Anthro, we would actually consider it a modification of the gift economy, because it is. I have assigned this person has certain authority for determining whether or not art is real, as in that it was done by this artist. This is a Monet. That authority has now given them the power to go into another gallery and say, yes, this is a Monet, therefore it is worth X amount of dollars. And it just goes around in a big circle, and everybody feeds off of everybody else, and there's no actual reality behind it. So it's a gift economy. We're just gifting each other authority, and the money happens to be the symbol of that gift.
Shala, interesting to note. Shala said we actually had a couple of sociologists in France who worked on this world. Don't know if there's an English version of it though, but it's called Le Ghetto de Gotha. There's a book about it, and they also made a documentary out of it. It's stunning. Shala.
The thing with the donations though is they usually donate through what are called crats and crits, which are charitable remainder trusts. And so when you donate, you put it inside the trust, and then when you die, that trust reverts to the museum or something along those lines. But you get the donation, it goes into that trust, then that becomes what you would call tax exempt, and then that piece can get bought and sold without taxes ever being paid on it. But the income, the gains on it, get paid out in an annuity. So if say 300,000, then it gets sold for 600,000. That 300,000 then gets bought as an immediate annuity and gets paid out as income over time. It's kind of weird like that.
Well, and that's why we tend to consider it a gift economy, because the money is never like real. In the same way that, this bracelet is my great grandfather's bracelet, therefore it has value, kind of thing.
Yeah, it has value because our in-group has agreed that it has value. That's
Right.
about it. The greater economy as a whole has differing opinions.
But when you think about the economy as a whole, there are very few things that actually have intrinsic value. Food, shelter, water, things like that have
iPhone.
intrinsic value
I hear
because
you.
we value life.
Yep. iPhone, my Twitch channel donations. I get you. I get where you're headed with this, the intrinsic value, for sure. Yeah. What? And Karina asked Swede, but how much anti-competition did she engage with in the creation of the new products? Plus, Rev tagged on that. How many people helped invent it that didn't get royalties? And was any open source software used in the development? I can't speak to the first two questions, but I can speak to the last. And I know Cisco's fucking history with open source tools. Trust me, there is an extraordinary amount of open source technology buried in there.
If you read her story though on the anti-competition, when they got their first two patents, they were able to get their first two patents submitted 2 weeks before the MIT group. And everyone that worked on this, including the university she was at, Stanford, got a piece of that. So when Cisco went public, she, her pseudo husband Len, and everybody else that worked on it got a piece of the action, along with the investment bankers. So there wasn't a lot initially when she went into it. There wasn't this anti-competition because there was no money. There was no money to buy other people out. Now, when she exited Cisco, then they became the behemoth they are.
Dear sweet Jesus, if I cave, this is like minute 40, but I'm like terrified to even listen to it because I think I think I'm gonna just like slam my head into the keyboard, and I like my keyboard.
That's fair. That's fair.
I'm legitimately afraid of what shit take this is gonna be. But I'm at heart fucking a bit of a masochist anyway, so
Bring it.
strap the fuck in, motherfuckers. This was addressed to at all anti-DPRK leftists. This should be fun. I'm sure we'll all have a good giggle at this. Oh, God, help us.
So, these leftist criticisms of the DPRK being authoritarian are usually anarchists that say that the strong centralized state of the DPRK was, again, this incorrect method of anti-imperialism. And I want these people to realize...
Okay, first I have to comment on all of the shit on her hands. I'm sorry. I'm not being petty. How do you even wear that shit? Oh, my God.
That what you are saying is, A, I am a racist piece of shit, and B, I unequivocally do not support self-determination for the Korean people. So say that shit with your chest because it's what you mean. Just say, I do not respect the millions of Korean lives given in the fight for Korean self-determination. I do not respect the people that believe so deeply in the DPRK that they did things like write "Long live the Korean Revolution" in their blood on trees as their last act on this earthly world after being slaughtered by Japanese imperialists. Or etched "Long live the Korean Workers' Party" into the windows of the sheds they were burned alive in by napalm dropped by the United States. Just say, I don't respect these millions of Korean lives enough to believe that they knew what they wanted, even though they themselves believed it enough to literally die for it. And say,
I'm having Jonestown thoughts.
I guarantee you she has never actually read any of the books behind her. Wretched of the Earth by Fanon. Are you kidding me? And you're making an argument about the modern DPRK? Okay.
I think
I
that,
my whole thing on this is this sounds like just one giant red herring.
It
Like,
is
This is fucking.
entirely.
Well, I mean, this is.
50 years ago, people died. Excellent point. And
Well, I
how's
mean.
it gone since then?
All right. Well, yeah, let's try and. All right, we'll try and slog through this last few.
random ass anarchists on Twitter and the Imperial Core know how the Korean people should fight imperialism, even though they've done it and y'all haven't, because where the fuck is the revolution in
Woo, monarchism. Anyway.
the Imperial Core? I'll wait. Anyway, yeah, just say I think I know what's better for the Korean people than the Korean people do because y'all are dumbass gooks. Just say it because that's what you mean, you racist dumb fuck cracker. Anyways.
She seems fun.
Yeah,
Who's this person?
I bet she's a good time at parties.
she's a defender of centrally planned economies that caused famines that killed their own people.
Well, I don't know if we have to put that in past tense.
She is the chairwoman of @Defend Korea, which is the Pektu Solidarity Alliance, the DPRK's own words, people, policies, life, culture, history, nothing the capitalist press would ever show you. Sanctions or murder. Korea is one. South Korea disagrees. So are South Koreans not able to have autonomy either? They don't.
No, they're not Koreans.
Oh.
Yeah, say it with your chest.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
with lots of jewelry.
Okay.
And also say that an appropriate punishment is getting slammed with an anti-aircraft gun. You got to take that 88 millimeter to the chest if you disagree with her.
So Cave, thank you, I guess. Critical. Yeah, I'm glad I could sort of give you that little insight into the super wealthy and how their products of their system is just as much as we are. It's kind of scary. Like Critical said, like, you know, honestly think about rich folks being products of the same system with a warped view, states that the system is self-propelling with no one really in control. That's a scary thought.
You've defined the old money.
Yeah.
But literally, there's no one at the helm.
No. It's just a
And
self-perpetuating
it's scaring
system.
the shit out of the Gen X and millennials.
Yeah. Because they've learned, like, a lot of the critiques have finally penetrated the upper classes.
You really
Believe it or
need to. I mean, if you wonder what's going to happen next, go watch that documentary and especially listen to how the Johnson & Johnson kid talks. It is eye-opening.
Holy shit.
All I know is that they get a lot of abuse.
This is fucking... Dude, these comments are... Holy shit. This is a shit show.
Popular.
Fucking Caves, Caves is like the top, first comment's amazing too. No, this entire, like, comment thread is just...
Dumpster fire?
Oh, man. What's, like... It's not just a dumpster fire. It's a dumpster on fire that you're in. Like, it's bad. Dude, respect to this guy, though. Roy Drones Jr. I don't care. Not watching.
Is Born Rich the one you're talking about, Swede?
What's that?
Born Rich.
Born Rich, the documentary?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Because the picture they have is Trump's daughter, but...
Yeah, she's in it. But
no,
she's the only nouveau rich person, I think, in that. And the kid that put this together, I think to get enough people to, like, follow around, I think Ivanka Trump had to be one of them.
That's probably true.
Oh, hey ho.
Because a lot of and he talks about this. He's like, I tried to get a lot of people in this. They just told me to fuck off. You know, they're like, I don't want any part of this. I don't want anybody to know I have money. I don't want anyone to know my family has money. Some of my friends may see this and see my face and all of a sudden understand just where I come from. I don't want that. I was just like,
Oh, apparently she has tweets about astrology too.
Excellent.
Of course she does.
But are they Korean astrology? Because that is different.
Jesus Christ.
You said earlier that she is the chairman of something?
Yes.
Let me guess how many people there are. One?
Probably. It's scary though. The fucking are you shitting me?
No.
Okay, so the Pectu Solidarity Alliance that she's the chairwoman of, the fucking DPRK defense fucking thing. Defendkorea.com if you want their URL. Their Twitter account is followed by the East Los Angeles SRA. Swear to
Just
fuck.
for the
Are we sure? Are we sure this isn't a disinformation campaign?
This is goddamn.
Can you explain for the non-US people?
The Socialist Rifle Association.
Okay.
An actually responsible gun owners association.
Yeah. Like, god damn it. No one is unemployed in the DPRK. Yeah, imagine that.
Yeah, slavery gets rid of that unemployment rate like you would not believe.
Yeah, there were no unemployed blacks in 1859 in the southern United States.
I mean,
And
there
it
were
worked out
there
well for
were
them.
there were a few, but we had a pretty rigorous, employment program to find them and make sure that they would, have something to busy their time with.
It's called training. Vocational training.
My favorite apologist moment was when somebody was like, well, they can always have their side gig where they have gardens where they can go off on Sundays and sell their wares and buy their freedom eventually. I'm like,
Right. Well,
I hate
except
you.
that was only under the black law, which only applied in certain states.
it's just like, I hate you. I really do.
Your resident
I may
techno
have to
tech.
treat you as another human being, but I fucking hate you.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, no, Cave. I saw the first comment from the principled anarchist trademark. 100% fucking like, yeah, no. Would love to have a conversation with them. Like, that's the thing. Well, the right to... Basically, this douchebag was making the argument that the right to self-determination and individual autonomy grants people the ability to institute a system such as the TPRK, ignoring the coercive and oppressive forces that, actually maintain the DPRK. So, furthering the absolute garbage idea that, in fact, what's happening in the DPRK, North Korea, is that it's a paradise and everybody is just a willing member.
They have an emperor. You can't have an anarchist civilization with an emperor. I don't understand the mental disconnect.
And generally,
It's really not that
They're
hard.
still run by a dead guy. I mean,
well,
technically.
That's true.
I find if you created an actual utopic paradise on Earth, people probably wouldn't risk getting shot in the back multiple times to literally run for the border.
Yeah, weird how they have to keep putting more soldiers on the single crossover point.
Funny how that works.
Yeah.
If it were such a utopic paradise, wouldn't you just let them go without shooting at them? I don't know. Seems
So that they could spread the good word.
right. Like they should be free to leave. Like we're not keeping you here. This place is perfect. It's all down to the people's will. It's democratic. It's in the name after all. So
In there twice. It's in there twice.
yeah, I'm sure that, people are free to leave North Korea, right? Right?
So the first white knight response that I have on mine is this guy named Hoosier Jackson, who lists himself as a Marxist syndicalist,
Sure.
which makes me go, tell me you've never read Marx without telling me you've never read Marx.
What even are words?
Yeah, I know. Australia, the South Koreans are fucking funded by us, so blah, 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 blah. Yep.
Oh, then he lists, he's a Quaker Buddhist.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Oh, my God. It just, I was reading, like, it took a second for that to penetrate in, like, legitimately. Like, I was a second behind Rabbit on that one as I was reading Duffy. I'm like, wait, did I just hear Quaker Buddhist?
Yeah, you did. Because that's how that works.
Duffy, how far back do you have to go to no longer be nouveau riche? A few generations, usually 50 or 100 years. It's usually the sort of cutoff.
The way that I understood it is the person that made the money has to be dead.
Yeah, which usually puts you at like 50 or 100 years. Unless, you know, recent money and they kicked, but...
and kind of a badass. There is a little bit, that's kind of a competition too. Like, oh God, was it Vanderbilt? Yeah, because they called him the Commodore. Commodore Vanderbilt, that was not his name or his title, but they called him the Commodore because he started getting his money by having a ferry business across the river in New York. And there was one time when he had to go on a trip because of some family shit, and he made an agreement with the other ferries in the area that they wouldn't take his route because it was a pretty good location. And when he got back, they'd totally taken it over because capitalists. And he wrote a letter to every one of them. And there's like copies of this letter that exist. But he wrote a letter to every one of them. I will not sue you because the law takes too long. I will simply bankrupt you.
Yeah. Fuck around and find out. Zealot, Congratulations, Zealot. Zealot won a Magic the Gathering tournament on declaring that he is a god amongst geeks.
Excellent.
So congratulations on that one. Rev is an artist. Market forces piss me off. Love that. Let's see. Anarcho-monarchist. Let's see. Are there countries in the global north with slavery? Yeah, the U.S.
Have you read the 13th Amendment?
Was that a question?
Yeah, Wither asked that a ways back. I've had chat backed up for a while, but yeah, Wither, that would be the U.S.
Yeah, slavery is still legal.
Let's see. Yeah, they don't want their secrets out. They wouldn't be able to maintain their utopia. It's like making a wish. Can't tell anyone ever, or it's over. Fair enough. Words are things evolutionists created to oppress the Ooga Booga.
Gotcha. Return the monkey.
Jack asked,
that's my favorite Ken Ham word, evolutionist.
Oh, fucking, we had one of those idiots earlier, didn't we? Fucking the fuck is a Quaker Buddhist? Jack.
Your guess is as good as mine.
Oh,
Do you want this guy's Twitter at? Because it's
Ben.
it's
Sure.
it's at Hoosier Jackson. So Hoosier like Indiana Hoosiers.
Hoosier.
Jackson.
Wow, he's witty. Oh dear God, what is that name? So is that okay? Puerto Rico. Is that Puerto Rico? China? What the stop?
Founder of Hoosierite syndicalist theory.
Oh, Cuba, North Korea. Well, yeah, spread yourself thin there. 8-pointed star. Yeah, I agree. Hello.
This is a gold mine of an account.
They're all, dude, everybody associated with the tankies is just, I'm sorry. It's absolutely. Yeah, me, Trey, I'm an agnostic atheist. Did having a conversation with that fucking dude last night. Jesus Christ. Thank God I got like stabbed in the shoulder blade by my pain when talking to that dude. I was having a conversation with some fucking moron who fucking was doing the like Gnostic theist, agnostic theist, fucking, Gnostic atheist, agnostic atheist sort of thing. And he was trying to cram me into agnostic atheism, even though I don't fit the description, because to be an agnostic atheist, I would have to both deny my knowledge as well as deny the singular deity, whereas I in fact will make claims to monism, which technically would be a claim to deity, which nullifies my atheistic element of agnostic atheism. But I also make an overarching claim that nobody can truly fucking know shit, therefore agnostic. But he kept trying to cram me into this agnostic atheism argument, and I literally like had just gotten done reading the like paragraph of what agnostic atheism is, and I had just massive pain behind my right shoulder blade, and like I got stabbed on stream basically, and it took my fucking breath away. And it's sort of like the moment passed, and it was just like, well, you know, at least that I'm done with that. Like the chat turned, the topic turned, you know, that sort of thing. It's like, well, at least I'm done with that fucking moron. But yeah, Trey clearly was there for it.
That was right before the guy that you tried to call me up.
No, that was long after.
Was it?
Yeah,
Oh,
that was
okay.
towards the end of the stream. Your guy was at the beginning of the fucking stream.
Oh yeah, that's right.
That
How did Swede get invoked?
this fucking moron knew nothing and made giant big dick claims, and we were all just laughing at him like, fucking get Swede in here. He said he had some shit about fucking, I don't know, the fucking debt and spending, and you know, yeah, I was just like not having it.
He was trying to make the claim that you can't maintain the value of your currency if you have interest payments on your debt.
Wait, what? That's the basis of our economy.
No, the national debt specifically.
The national debt has to be zero.
Has to be zero debt, has to be zero interest for there not to be an inflationary factor. Because as if, you know, foreign countries can't demand your dollar to, you know, settle their current account trade accounts, which then drives the value up.
Does he know Hamilton's 3 reports were written like 200 years ago and they're public access? You can look this stuff up.
Hey there, Market.
There's an Austrian school theory that it literally inflates the currency because you have to keep printing to pay the interest. But it's that what we call that monovariant idiocy.
Right.
So it'd be like a student walking into your 101 class and going, this one thing was what caused all these dominoes to fall. And you're like, no, you know, the fall of the Roman Empire is not a monovariant, you know.
Yeah, and didn't happen in 1 week. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like,
So I'm okay. So apparently somebody thinks it's a thing, but I'm gonna fucking all right. So Lada asked, for the uninitiated that didn't read Marx, what is a Marxist syndicalist?
Well, it's a contradiction in terms.
Well, there is in fact a Marxist syndicalist subreddit, just so you know.
Of course there is.
But it seems to be just fucking trolling. So,
Good.
Yeah, it's not really a thing. I'm sure somebody's trying to convince somebody that it's a thing. But oh, Jack Walster. I adore it. I
just saw that.
You see it? You saw it too? Fucking
Yeah.
I just saw it. Fucking bless your heart, sweetie. How's his law education going? Heard it's going great. He's flunking out.
Wait, is that one?
Yeah, infrared. Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. He's flunking
No,
out.
I thought Jack Waller was
Oh
getting a
no.
law degree.
No. Yeah. He said people like infrared are what the far left should be. You mean a
Sure,
dude?
okay.
You mean a dude who has a complete fucking meltdown and screams "cope" for 45 minutes straight? Yeah, his mental health skills and his coping skills leave something to be desired. I wouldn't look to him as a role model or. Oh,
There it is.
there it is. One of our community members made a song out of him. And yeah, he's apparently flunking out of fucking first year law.
But first year law is so damn easy.
first year law is run by the CIA.
That is true.
Well, that is true, but I mean, it's just an introduction to like basic debate rules, like parliamentary procedure and shit. That's
That was a waste of 7,500 points.
Infrared is rising. Yes, we know the rhetoric. We know the rhetoric. It's adorable.
And Jack, I don't think anyone, I could be wrong about this. I won't speak for everyone else. I don't think any one of us doubts that Infrared has read many books.
I have doubts.
You have doubts?
I have doubts.
No. I'm not saying that they were on topic.
Oh,
I just,
all right.
Yeah,
You know, the Goosebumps series.
sure. That's the thing. If you just make the statement and is very well read, you may absolutely be correct. But
Ermagerd. Goosebumps.
Harlequin romances do not apply. So meh.
Anarchists Without Adjectives, who's market anarchism prior to that name change. What is collectivist anarchism and what makes it different from anarcho-communism and slash anarcho-syndicalism? All right, so anarcho-communism and anarcho-syndicalism are very different things. But they warrant their own comparison. Like, to say what is the difference between collectivist anarchism and anarcho-communism slash anarcho-syndicalism is sort of like saying, hey, what's the difference between these three things? Because all three things are very different from one another. Collectivism, you can probably, if I wanted to short run this for you, it's fucking RV, I swear to God. If I wanted to shorthand this for you, I would say collectivism is closer to how you run your family than how you run your economy. Syndicalism is about trade unions and unionization within a capitalistic model for the most part. And communism, I hope you would know what anarcho-communism is by this point, but again, fucking anarcho-communism is this whole stateless, classless sort of situation, economic, it depends which fucking school of economics also that you ascribe to for your communistic theory as to how that communism gets implemented. But the anarcho portion of that is just a bolt-on modifier, as I often tell people. Like, if you see anarcho-syndicalist or anarcho-communist or anarcho-socialist or anarcho-primitivist, God help us, they're not like actual anarchists, right? They're people utilizing anarchistic operating modalities. They're people that have looked at anarchism and said, hey, they're doing some stuff right with how they operate and how they organize their groups. And so anarchists left to their own devices do a whole host of different things. But yeah, that's sort of the long and short of it, I suppose.
And I've heard some ANSINs extend the argument outside of strictly economic debates into more social structure, as in each of us forming groupings based on our mutual interests, like even social interests, and that having negotiating power between. So I've heard that argument be extended. I'm not one of them.
Hey, Jack, do you want to get on the air? Do you have your master's alpha male energy too? Would you like to get on the air? I would love to have a conversation with you. After that fucking comment of Stalin was a good leader and deserves respect, I need to pick your brain a little. I need to know what it takes to be a fucking, like, infrared stan. Because
you have to hate gay people.
Fucking, this is goddamn hilarious. Like,
and be anti-trans.
Stalin apologist. And Lysenko was a smart man who knew what he was doing.
Yeah, he did. That man was a genius. The Ravage. You will come to respect the Ravage.
The carrots are communist.
They are.
Oh my god.
Do you not understand?
Stalin was a good leader. And
tomatoes are inherently communist because they're red.
I will extend, dude. I'll fucking have the conversation.
Corn, on the other hand, is a little bit eco-fash. It's green for it stays green for a while.
He really knew how to throw bodies at German bullets until they ran out. Good leadership.
That's true.
He really knew how to throw Ukrainian bodies and Moldovan bodies at German bullets until they ran out.
Did you see the speech from the Ukrainian president?
Yes.
Oh my God.
Fuck around,
Just-
bitch. We're down for it this time.
That is some big dick energy.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
He straight was like, fuck around and find out. We're not rolling over this time.
Hey, you know what happened the last time? You threw our bodies. You know what happened the time before that? You threw our bodies. We may not want this war, but we're fucking ready.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Okay.
Yeah. Know how to starve an entire population when they weren't obedient. Yep. Mao had good landlord policies. I mean, I get it, but you know, they were a scapegoat for Mao.
Entirely.
Whether Kai's laugh was quite goofy. Yeah, no, fucking that was, I'm sorry, that's fucking Stalin was a good leader and deserves respect. It's a murderous maniac. Deserves respect. Fuck that asshole.
And a homophobe.
And
And a transphobe. And a...
You know, short man, withered arm.
And a bigot.
He had some issues.
Just across the board. Just a fucking bigot.
He broke up with him.
He had mental issues in the same way Kaiser Wilhelm had issues because of his withered arm.
Yeah.
Fucking market. Is there money or a free market under collectivist anarchism? You can have market aspects, but money pretty much goes away pretty quickly under collectivism.
Yeah, you're probably more going to be based on the reward coupon or voucher system.
Yeah.
That where the money, it technically is, it acts like money until it gets used and then it goes away.
I'm a little intrigued by the back and forth between Kodo and Estrella, and Swede may have a different take on this than I do.
Oh, they're doing the artist thing still. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and specifically NFTs and whether or not that would cut through the art appraiser / art market being illusory. And it wouldn't, because I mean, NFTs are just, you're, instead of trading numbers on a piece of paper commodity, you're trading numbers on a screen commodity. You haven't actually changed the nature of the market that's being exploited. That hasn't changed at all.
Yeah, it's just so far out of my wheelhouse.
And Wither, I'm looking, but if somebody wants to send me a link to the fucking Ukrainian president's speech, that'd be fucking useful. Or just send it to Wither.
Like I know what an NFT is, but I don't understand the human behavior behind it. So I really can't comment.
Well, I mean, the theory is that it's a more secured method of trading, and Kai has talked about this extensively. It's not. But even if, let's preclude all of the ways that it's not. Let's pretend for the moment that it's actually real.
Allowed the
and that it's
hypothetical.
actually secure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tech guy laugh hard. But let's pretend for the moment that it's actually secure. That doesn't change the fundamental nature of the market in which it is being traded. So like they could be using gold. You can certify that gold is real. There's tests you can do to confirm it. And if they're handing gold around, they're still handing it around based on each other's words. Like, I mean, look at the number of artists who weren't even a big deal until some collector somewhere decided that they mattered. There's no inherent value to art other than that it's art. It becomes a commodity when a group of people decide that it's a commodity. And from that point forward, it's all fake. Like you're making it up.
But where I run into the problems is the stability. Like what makes money is a stability of value. That's why Bitcoin is not a currency. So art has a much more stable value to it, and that's why it gets traded in the social circles of the old rich. Because there's a very unsaid rule that this is a store of value, and that value is going to be stable
and finite.
Like a Van Gogh cannot theoretically be infinite. It can. Well,
it is with the right forger.
if you know the right people.
Yeah,
but
you know the right
like I say,
artist. Just saying.
if we like hypothetical that it is a perfect closed system, you know,
Yeah.
even in that instance, it still doesn't remove the fact that they're not actually trading like NFTs as used in the art world. It's still going to be them trading for clout, not for like they're not trading how many people it will feed. That you know, they're not trading how many people it will house.
Social
They're
currency.
trading- Yeah, it's entirely based on the value to the other person. There's no inherent value.
Yeah, and inherent value to me gets really muddly because you have to like break it down into like Maslow's hierarchy at that point, because nothing has value beyond that.
Yeah, that's where my people come in. And we tend to not talk about money all that much. We talk about things like commodities and gift economies and shit like that.
All right. Anarchist without adjective. I'm going neoclassical economics under a collectivist anarchism. Can I? I'm gonna run this one by Sui, but I'm gonna argue that aspects of neoclassical economics definitely could come into play under anarcho-collectivism. I know like the rational preference and the supply and demand portion of neoclassical economics definitely could come into play. I don't know, like I'm not eminently schooled on the matter though. So I'm pretty sure there's going to be elements of the sort of neoclassical field of economics that will not come into play, that won't mesh. But I know there are elements that for sure mesh.
Yeah, there are, like, neoclassical gets all the way back to Adam Smith, so you're going to find the anti-rentier people, you know, finding much more of a home than you would in neoliberal circles. And you're also going to find that you're going to be depending upon rational behavior of the market determining the scarcity resource distribution. So, I mean, I think that's where that's going to end. Is in resource distribution and in what types of private property are allowed.
You think that's like a hard break, or would they, or is that more of a like soft limit?
I think it's a hard break.
Yeah.
But I could be wrong. I'm wrong all the time. So
and by the way, without adjective, Bitcoin is not money. Cringe ass take. Bitcoin is not money.
Bitcoin can't be money.
It's not money.
Bitcoin cannot be a currency because it doesn't have a stable value to it. Like the reason why $1 is nice is because you know yesterday, today, and tomorrow what $1 will roundabout buy. That's what makes a currency extraordinarily valuable.
Yeah, it requires it literally like what is it? It's it's numisma, right? Is the Latin or the Greek origin for money, right? Numismatics, so meaning law. Like literally it requires a stable framework for it to be considered money. Like there's qualifications Bitcoin legitimately does not meet to be classified as money. It just isn't money.
It's a speculative investment.
Yeah.
Plus, the only reason Bitcoin has a value is because it has another currency to bounce itself off of.
Yeah, it's
Well, and I would go even further and say you can't claim that any currency is stable if a power outage will make it go away.
you can print out Bitcoin hashes, and to credit where credit's due. You can print them.
I've seen it, but
Yeah, I know. Cave said the only valid form of currency is pocketfuls of tiny frogs, which
yes,
I'm in agreement with. Yeah, that seems yeah. Oh, is this the Hey, thank you, Mr. Sir.
I'm all about Estrella. Nothing's worth anything. True.
Thank you for the fucking work, Mr. Sir. Here's the Ukrainian president.
I would
президент России сказал, если драка неизбежна, нужно бить первым.
Our northern neighbors.
Но,
God,
по-моему,
I love this
сегодня
man.
каждый лидер обязан понимать, что драка не может быть неизбежной, когда речь идет не о подворотне и хулиганах, о реальной войне і мільйонах человеческих жизней. І ми не знищуємо інші землі і народи.
Oh, Viva.
Але це не
I'll
означає,
think,
що
I'll think
ми
about it, Viva.
дамо знищити себе. Господин Путин, я готов пойти еще дальше и предложить вам встретиться в любой точке украинского Донбасса, где идет война.
Also a man who went in the trenches. Like, he visited the front line. Like, that was one of the fucking things he did. He was like, I'll go visit the troops. Yeah.
Well, Putin can't do that because he can't see over the trench.
Fucking munchkin. He is. He's so short. They use so many tactics to make that dude seem more imposing than he is. He's just a fucking fluffy, like, squishy, kind of fat, short dude.
Yeah, he is.
Was this the meme president? The comedian that turned to be president because he played in a movie as a president?
Oh,
I believe so.
Maybe. Yeah, I think so.
No, money, Astrea, money is not made up. Money is a social construct. It's real. It's just a social construct. You don't say it's made up. There's a difference there.
Well, and okay, we can even pick that apart a little further and say, yes, money is a social construct. And yes, ultimately, 4,000 years from now, when the anarchist utopia exists, great, art will just be produced for art's sake. But we're not in that world. So compensating artists is justified because money buys food, money pays rent. So,
but yet you participate in society. Interesting.
Right? How dare?
I hate that fucking meme.
Here we sit on Twitch, and yet we are anarchists.
I swear to
How
God.
dare.
Like, the fact that that meme is a real thing, like the fact that those people exist, and I've met dozens of them on this stream that fucking unironically say that shit. And you're like, oh my fucking God, dude, you're a goddamn walking meme. Like, how?
Like, I am the picture of what they hate. Like, I work for an investment banking firm. I work for the ultimate capitalist enterprise. Venture capital, private equity, you name it. And I'm an anarcho-syndicalist.
I work for a university. I work for the ivory tower entitled elite who believe that they can dole out who is qualified for knowledge and who isn't.
I have so many questions.
And they can tell you whether you're worthy of an education by your learning style. If you don't fit the mold of the correct learning style, you do not deserve an education.
Hey, Cave.
Correct.
Cave. I just want to say to you for sharing some of this stuff. Thank you and fuck you.
Where do you find this shit?
Just both of those, Cave, is what I'm feeling. I mean, thank you for the content. Thank you for participating. Thank you for being in chat. Thank you for bringing your particular flavor to the room. But also, fuck you. Fuck you for making me read this. Like, the shit that is... What?
I lurk Mango Twitter. No. Oh. I've seen some of the shit you bring to the table. You do not lurk one side of Twitter. Come on.
This is like German porn. It's so disgusting, but I can't look away.
Right?
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah, I feel it.
Ouch.
Hey, fucking, it's accurate though.
Yes.
Well timed, Viva.
Yeah, we live in a society, fucking.
I've had people try to pull that meme on me when I have called out someone who claims to be an anarchist. And they're like, well, I'm still subject to the system, therefore. And I'm like, okay, there's a difference here. You're supporting the system. Bold claim that you're an anarchist. Oh, so
Yep.
you're just
Wasn't
that
that
live in a society meme.
Fucking Rev. The NKVD is the People's Commissariat for Internal Affairs. They were responsible for the purges.
KGB.
They were responsible for the purges under Stalin. That's
Nice
that
group.
Yeah, yeah,
They became the KGB afterwards.
yeah. These
And by the way, the current president of Russia worked for them.
yes.
Good guy.
As a paper pusher in the St. Petersburg office, he worked in the St. Petersburg.
Well, he was
Mayor's office?
clandestine too, because he was the tourist that was standing by one of the U.S. presidents in Moscow.
Yeah.
He I mean, we have
Was
most
it Bush?
most of his record at this point. It's but that's where the grift started. I think it was St. Petersburg, the mayor's office he worked in. He was in Eastern Germany, but then that broke up and they transferred him to fucking I think it was St. Petersburg, and that's where the grift started truly. All of his lieutenants and shit, all of the billionaire oligarchs that you know of Russian fame, he basically has known for decades at this point. And they used to run a fucking import scam out of the for the docks there. And basically, if you wanted your license, if you wanted to get your goods, you had to fucking pay the toll. And he was the guy in charge of signing off on that stuff. And so the grift started pretty early.
It was a pretty good deal.
In shared content. There you go. There's Putin as a tourist, posing as a tourist.
Oh, Zealot, you want to know
it
about
though?
the Murdoch media empire, or being a contributor
I
of?
kind of feel like it's just kind of a dude that kind of looks like him, but not like. I'm not convinced that's him.
Wait, but that's not you.
I'll put it on stream, but I'm not convinced.
Oh,
Right.
I see what you're saying.
Wait,
Huh.
Oh, I have heard the Putin walk. I've heard a couple of different explanations for that. Some that
Because
make
of
him
his
sound like a
giant
badass, some that don't.
Giant testicles.
Well, what I've heard is the badass one is that due to his KGB training, he walks in a particular manner in order to have ready access to his firearm on his side, and that it's so deeply ingrained that he continues to walk that way. Yeah. Or his legs are not the same length. Take your pick.
Since he always walks like that, it's the legs.
Because he's a Chad, that's why.
That's what I'm saying.
Want a
balls of
terrible sock dem take for balance? I don't know, Cave. I don't know.
That is such a disingenuous question.
What was the...
Because if you post it, we'll check.
Yeah. Zealot Murdoch owns 19 out of 19 platforms in my state. It's not. It's not. It's Kai. I'm convinced it's Kai, says Zippy. Look, all right. I'm not supposed to tell any of you fucking plebs this, but the Illuminati does have fucking, reincarnation technology at our disposal. And in a previous life, I may or may not have been an asset for the KGB and may have been spying on Reagan. I'm just saying, shortly thereafter, we recycled the body and, they brought me into a new one. And now I've got a whole another shtick I'm doing. Western CIA anarchist propaganda. Fucking Jesus Christ! Nobody tells Silver.
Okay, the buried
He'll
lead
believe
there is what you just heard is Kai willingly wore that shirt in public where other people could see it.
My handler made me.
Okay.
Fucking with all that Gnostic bullshit that fucking that dude is getting into these days. I could. Oh my God. What's with?
Damn it, Kay.
Atheist Twitter was actually up in roars about all that too for 2 months, where people were literally fighting over you can't be just an agnostic.
Oh, that's funny.
cave. What? How?
I'll put it on.
How?
I'll put it on stream. I wish this were like fucking blotted out, but
How do you find this shit?
who are your favorite socialists? Vosh, Eldritch Mother, which is isn't that I forget off the top of my head. Isn't that fucking like Mel or some shit like that?
I believe so.
Demon Mama Real, Chomsky, and MLK. Oh,
Killing me.
sure. Why not? Okay, Agent 47. Oh, I would love to be fucking. I'd love to be 47. God damn it. There was actually like an Ask Reddit up a couple weeks ago saying if you woke up and you were in the game that you were playing last and you were the protagonist, how would your outlook be? Like, well, how is it going to go for you? And a bunch of people playing like roguelites and shit like that, they're like, well, I'm fucked. Demon Souls fucking players are like, well, I'm screwed. I scrolled and scrolled till I found it. And finally, one of my brethren was like, I was playing Hitman. I'm 47. Y'all are fucked.
Like Sonic the Hedgehog, I'll be fine.
Yeah, like I own this world. Fucking. So basically RT Media, but in person form. God, fair enough, critical. One of my biggest pet peeve about the media portrayal of anarchism, most of them is anarchy is chaos. The Falcon, the Winter Soldier, and the Legend of Korra. I've been told about the Legend of Korra thing, and I don't watch like Marvel stuff. I'm sorry, but good to know about the Falcon and the Winter Soldier doing it dirty too. Hey, look at Jack. Fucking. Are they banned? No, they just got it deleted because they made a fucking death threat. Dumbass fucker. Hey Jack, want to get on air? I want to get on air. You can use your big brain galaxy takes to school an anarchitty. I'm sure Daddy Infrared would be proud of you. I know Infrared is supposedly a group of 11 individuals, or 9 or something like that. I forget what the fucking number is supposed to be, but it's goofy either way because it's 9. Because they outvote him on a regular basis, apparently. Yeah, but I'm sure Daddy Infrared, Kodo gifting Jack one. Thank you, Kodo. Kodo with the fucking satirical gift sub. This is stream. Want to get on air? Fucking drop some knowledge, bro. Like, for real. Like, school some anarchitty. We'll clip it. You can fucking ship it on over. No, I don't really care to talk about fucking Has. If you come on the air at it, we can talk theory, we can talk praxis, we can talk direct action, we can talk economics, we can talk how Lysenko was a delusional nutbag who is responsible for the starvation of an entire group of people. We can talk about how Stalin was a bigoted, homophobic, twisted little fuck. We can talk about
how created an aura of fear so strong that he choked on his own blood during a stroke, and because the guards were too afraid to open the door to see what was wrong.
Oh, good old Stalin. Great guy. Dead because of him choosing fear over respect. Yeah. Killed himself, basically.
And created an aura around the Communist Party in such that for people to actually give a shit about the Germans invading, he had to call upon nationalism.
Ugh, nationalism. Isn't that some cringe right-winger shit?
He had to call upon people's love of their nation to defend Mother Russia.
Mother Russia.
Anarchists without adjective would like some mutual aid. Is asking for a gift sub. So I will put it out there for you, anarchist without adjective, looking for that mutual aid, looking for that gift sub.
Him being homophobic isn't a problem.
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure that one out.
He was also an anti-theist to the point where he wanted to, like, literally shoot every priest, rabbi,
Hello.
Hey, Karina.
Hiyo. How are we tonight?
It's
Interesting.
him being homophobic isn't a problem. I always love those traditional gender roles and that social conservatism that tankies and like, you know, that crew bring to the table. It's always really interesting also to see people from the LGBT community align with them politically. It's like, do you know your history on this one? Like, do you understand how much they hate you? Do you understand that they would purge you and exterminate you and send you to the gulags, as they already
I
have
don't care,
done?
It was the 30s. I don't give a shit.
And did.
Yep. Hey, Chris.
He's trying to excuse it because it was the thing of the times.
Doesn't
Judge him for the times he lived in.
well, except they knew that it was wrong at the time. I mean,
Yeah, because there was a huge part of the party that was like, dude, we have to go full on equal rights to trans and gays. And they actually had to codify it into law, and then they recanted on that because Stalin got his way.
Oh, it looks like Jack got banned.
yeah, this is like when the German nationalists kept insisting that there was no homosexuality in the German people because they were, you know, pure and all that, which is why they had to burn the research library down that contained all of the research on gender and sexuality, because it turns out trans, queer, all over the place.
Socially conservative communists
the
are
entire
just
city of Frankfurt.
Nazbols. Jack managed to get himself banned for saying, and well, it was just, I'll read it out loud so you can all know, like, exactly how much this is the kind of community that Infrared builds. This is what his fans look like and sound like. They honestly, like, this is a fair assessment of Infrared's community members. All right. Here's what they said. He could slice the heads off random gay people every day for sport and still be a good leader. This is the rhetoric from that community. They are violent. They are bigoted. They are generally terrible people.
I'm trying to figure out what one's definition of good is. Like, because in that instance, what you're essentially saying is a good leader is one who eliminates everyone that disagrees with them.
Hey,
Not
Swamp.
like convinces them or has any skills, but just has the biggest cannon. So what happens?
Hey there.
Like what happens when the next guy comes along with a bigger cannon? You know? I don't understand.
Sexism doesn't matter. Sounds like fascist qualities.
Yes, the only thing that Stalin was missing was the ultranationalism.
And a good arm.
Fascists dropping like crazy tonight, huh?
We put up with a fair amount of them for a while.
Fair.
Wait,
To be real, though, we run into more fascists than we do neolibs.
That's true.
I'm trying to think who I run into the most. I'm
in the Midwest. I run into more free staters than anything.
It's a coin flip for me. Online, in real life, I run into, like, in spaces, it would be more like DSA fucking types, which are super cringe, by the way. They are fucking, I'm sorry. They are.
I know what happened to the DSA, for
Dude,
God's sake.
Holy shit.
That video of them arguing.
Oh
over
my
gender
god,
language
don't. I'm sorry. I have, like, I don't want to, like, denigrate the term, but I have, like, PTSD from that video. I know exactly what video you're talking about, and I'm still twitchy from watching it. Holy shit.
I haven't seen this. I'm so curious.
Oh my god,
sorry,
it's
what?
so terrible. Oh, it's this video of a DSA meeting, and hang on, let me try and find it.
It's a meeting about gendered language.
Oh god, it's
wow.
so
There's,
painful
like,
to watch.
50 clips. Holy crap.
Oh,
Is this the one with the dude?
Yeah, they needed people to stop clapping because of potential sensory overload for some
yeah,
members.
yep.
And to stop using gendered language.
Okay, there's the copy the link. Hang on. We'll fucking... Oh, God, this is painful.
This is the one with the dude who's wearing the neckerchief, right? Wow, Fox News had a field day. I love it.
Dude, everyone had a field day, and I posted the YouTube link in shared content.
Thank you.
Excellent.
Yep, that's the one.
You find me all the best garbage.
Oh, this is just the 49-second one of it. Oh, no, I've seen, like, Kat sent me, like, this 10-minute from this same meeting.
Yeah, I found a 12-minute.
Yes, that's probably the one. Oh, my God.
Yeah.
It is, point of privilege. Nobody ever gets to speak, by the way. No speakers ever get to speak. Because there's just a line of fucking people that
That's
just
not consensus modeling.
completely like point of privilege, point of privilege, point of privilege. By the way, if I ever hear point of privilege in an actual meeting I'm in, I'm going to lose my goddamn mind.
But that's not consensus modeling.
No, it isn't anything even close to it. And it is absolutely absurd the amount of demands that are being made. And like, there are speakers, there are people trying to actually convey ideas to the group, and they don't get to do any of that, as near as we can tell at all. Because the entirety of the fucking meeting time is spent with people lining up at a fucking microphone, all the way up to and including a white dude, by the way, saying that white dudes should not be in the line.
Oh, fuck off.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's like that. Like, it is just the most insufferable fucking meeting ever to happen. And it just, like, it's the standard committee shit. It's a standard committee shit. Like, nothing happens because everybody has to have, like, this, like, input. And there's no formalized structure. And there's no methodology for moving this forward as, like, consensus decision-making would implement. So they're just in permanent stall mode.
It's anarchy?
Yeah, please don't clap.
Victoria. This is basically just a tease. All you're doing is tease at this point.
Oh, fucking. Well, send me the 12-minute, and we'll look
like
at
the worst edging ever.
Oh,
No
God.
payoff.
Oh, I've seen this one before, Jack. I've seen this one before. We need to return the ownership of these huge corporations to everyday folks, the people who do the work. It's the only way to stop their socialist agenda.
Excellent.
Yes.
I concur. The best way to end the socialist agenda is become socialist. Our agenda will stop. I promise.
Yep, here it is. Here's some of it. Where there's no way, for no fucking moment, don't live under the delusion.
Posted the 12-minute version.
Thank you.
It's so bad.
Yeah, don't for a second think that we'll be watching more than like a few portions of this, because I have already like gone through the...
You're just going to start twitching.
Yeah.
That's not bad ASCII art there. I'm kind of impressed.
Oh, no. It was correct. Anarchist without adjectives. It was correct. Here, I'll fucking throw that on the screen first, just so people can fucking see it. Right. There we go. Pop that out. Now you're just... Oh, okay.
Oh, we know that's right.
Yeah, Putin, that glorious leader of the socialist reforms, right?
Indeed.
Yes.
Powerful.
All right.
Deep breath. Cleansing breath.
If you're standing up, could you please sit down and get into a seat so that so there aren't so many people moving around? And then let me consult the people who are counting. So everyone who is not a counter, take a seat. Take a seat. Everyone on the walls, take a seat so that we can count. When there's so many
She's
people
already
moving
hurting
around,
them like
it's
children.
very difficult to
Yes.
Holy fuck.
Swamp.
And
No,
fail.
this literally is gold for
Point of
conservatives.
privilege. Quick
Yeah,
point
and
of
it
privilege.
fails, by the way.
Guys, first of all, James Jackson, Sacramento, he, him. I just want to say, can we please keep the chatter to a minimum? I'm one of the people who's very, very prone to sensory overload. There's a lot of whispering and chatter going on. It's making it very difficult for me to focus. Please, can we just, I know we're all fresh and ready to go, but can we please just keep the chatter to a minimum? It's affecting my ability to focus. Thank you.
Thank you, comrade. Okay, is there a speaker against name, chapter, pronoun?
Point of personal privilege.
Yes.
Please do not use gendered language to address everyone.
We'll be hearing from that person a few times.
I had a feeling.
We have a lot of disabled comrades, and a lot of those are invisible disability. First of all, in this room, I see that no one's clapping for me. It could be because I'm not engaging, but it also is because everyone's doing this. And that's really important, because those loud bursts of noise, even though this is a noisy space, when we can do something like reducing that, that's really important. So please don't clap, shoot up these. And additionally with the noise issue, like avoid hissing, avoid waving banners, right? If you don't know what to do, show up these, right? I'm sure there's lots of ways that we can communicate to each other without needing to...
At this point, I would be in line to say that holding your hands up like that suddenly triggers part of my something or other, and that, you know, can we refrain from doing that because the sudden movement of the arms? Like, at this point, just fuck with them.
Point of privilege. I'm a kulak, and throwing your hands up like that makes me feel like I'm going to starve to death.
That's going to hurt somebody else. We have quiet rooms that are available. There's a range of options of these, right? On 7, there's one that has video but no sound, if you still want to be able to observe the convention, but the sound is an issue. There's also on Piedmont 8, a completely quiet room. One thing to note there, please don't go into that space with anything that's like an aggressive scent, for instance, right? Because that's going to be difficult for people. Don't talk
Such as
to
your
cops.
BO.
Don't talk to MAGA.
Yeah, that has to be followed with,
We're
but taking a
almost
shower is
there.
important.
But thank you.
Running water.
But then you're ableist. You ableist.
I
I'm
haven't,
not liking any of these rules.
having looked into this, because Kat fucking traumatized me with it. There are reports from this very meeting that when breakouts occurred, for those of you that haven't done the convention circuit and haven't done conferences, breakouts are where you go to all these little side rooms and you have groups of like 10 or 20 people, and there's like subtopics that you talk about. Multiple rooms for the breakout rooms. What happened was, as soon as people got in the room, yeah, that bullshit doesn't fly here. Feel free to clap and yell. And so they could hear in like rooms like adjoining, and the rooms that were like super woke scoldy started complaining about other breakout rooms, because immediately they're like, yeah, that's not happening in here.
Can I throw out something just to let you know where I'm at for entitled bitchy people? These little pricks don't have a single sign language interpreter in the entire room.
Yeah.
I just want to throw that out there. If anyone wants to throw on any of us that, you know, we're being ableist right now, or that we have no right to criticize these people because they're just being sensitive, bullshit, they're not.
They're just virtue signaling. They're just virtue signaling. This is one giant theater performance. Oh,
Surprised they don't have an ASL person there.
They don't. And I actually had to find video of a room capture because obviously if it's zoomed in on the stage, I can't say for sure, but full room shot, there is not anyone signing.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they are literally being ableist. Like this is fair critique. Like this isn't just us making fun of woke scolders. This is us pointing out that woke scolders themselves are actually usually just giant hypocrites.
Yeah, they're full of shit.
Yeah. This is the definition of virtue signaling. And it's the definition of virtue signaling your own movement into the fucking ground. Nothing actually got accomplished during this meeting.
Well, in which that's the point. You can accept neurodivergence without acting like a literal parody. They are being a literal parody.
Fucking RV, I highlighted it for you. Which chapter is this? This is the National Convention.
This is the all of them.
Yeah.
This is the Encyclopedia Britannica.
How Estrella, how much do you want to bet this area is in handicap accessible?
Well, it's in a hotel, so I can guarantee you that it is.
Yeah, it has to be because they have to be ADA compliant. And there is a ramp on one side of the stage, but I would hasten to point out that there is a chair blocking the podium.
Oh, Jesus.
Don't talk to MAGA assholes.
All right.
We're almost there.
Yep, wait, but did you catch that?
Instance,
Hang on.
because that's going to be difficult for people. Don't talk to cops. Don't talk to MAGA assholes. We're almost there. Just but thank you.
Quick point of privilege once again. Hi, James Jackson, Sacramento DSA, he, him. I have already asked people to be mindful of the chatter of their comrades who are sensitive to sensory overload, and that goes double for the heckling and the hissing. It is also triggering to my...
And these are the same assholes who are calling for a revolution. Just saying. Just saying. When the guns are being fired in the streets, if hissing in an auditorium is enough to overload your sensory input, watch your rhetoric is all I'm saying.
Anxiety, like the be comradely isn't just for like, let's keep things civil or whatever. It's so that people aren't gonna get triggered and so that it doesn't affect their performance as a delegate.
I'm triggered.
After that, we're going to go through adopting the rules. So with that, everyone, we're going to start voting. So let's take a deep breath.
They would not be amused.
Great.
She already
so I'm gonna
sees her
welcome
mistake.
Brian,
Like, you could
to
see in her
the
face.
Yep,
She
right
knows
there.
what she's done.
So fast.
Hi, everybody. Brian
like-
Laverne, he, him from Houston.
And now we're going to move on to the resolutions and
Very
amendments
brief.
committee.
Very brief point of information. If you are using a microphone, talk into it directly like I am right now, and do not wave your face back and forth because people cannot hear you. That is all.
Okay,
That's
awesome.
not
Thank
a
you
point
for
of
the point
information.
How does...
Yes.
I told you, they
10
accomplished
points for saying
nothing.
it like a douche.
They
That's not a
accomplished
point of information,
nothing.
though. Are they doing Robert's rules or are they doing consensus?
Oh, they're dude. As near as I can tell, neither. This is
Well, I mean, okay. By intention, are they doing Robert's rules?
I
or
think
consensus?
by intention they're probably trying Robert's rules because this isn't consensus.
Okay, then point of information is I need to ask a question.
Yeah.
It's not.
Yeah,
For God's sake.
this is most assuredly not consensus. So, I mean, yeah, it's just.
I'm convinced this is a psyop. I'm kind of with you on that. Like, who planned this? It's too well scripted.
Could someone please run a mic to the comrade in the jean jacket, of which there are many?
Thank you for the follow.
I'm sorry.
I'm just gonna say, does laughter not trigger it?
No, clearly.
I simply had a question.
Sorry, could we? Thank you. We are debating the amendment to the committee report, and that amendment is to swap six of the the amendment is to take six different delegates to recognize six different delegates from East Bay from what the committee report says. Great. Could you get to the mic, please?
So point of clarification in that the chair gave a report. There was a verbal second from the audience on the report of which was given, and then there was a motion for an amendment to that. What are we actually talking about at this point, and then what is the vote going to be?
Thank you.
We need to be very clear about the work that we're trying to do. It is important.
So in voting yes, are we voting to
Yes. Yeah, so voting yes
uphold
means,
the delegates?
No. So voting yes
Non-binary.
means that you want the substitute six delegates to be
Thanks for
seated
asking, though, non-binary.
instead of the delegation that is outlined in the credentials committee report.
Thank you.
Does
Doc
that make
said
sense?
it was normal to be bleeding
No.
from my ears.
Right, so if you agree with what the report recommended, then you should.
I'm sorry, Swamp Fox. Point of information: alligators are ornery because they got all them teeth and no toothbrush.
Right.
The Amdula Emblingata.
And Mitre does have a point. Another point, by the way, fair and valid. Anyone else reckon this meeting looks conspicuously male dominated?
Yeah, weird that.
Interesting. Last time I checked, doesn't our fairer half, as they're traditionally referred to as, don't they make up for like 52% of the population? Like,
And I realize our main speaker for the moment seems to have some Asiatic descent, but I'm not seeing a lot of dark faces in this audience.
later, Fox. Have a good one. Sleep well.
The minstrel show is later.
Oh, excellent. That's good.
You see one person actually.
I can see a couple.
Oh, two. I found another one.
Yeah.
I'm seeing a lot of fucking white people. I'm seeing a lot of fucking dudes. I'm seeing a lot.
Like, there's Waldo.
Yeah.
I'm seeing a lot of purple hair.
Yeah.
All right, hang on. Count the purple. Okay, I think this one over here is kind of purpley. That one's definitely purpley. That one's definitely purpley.
I'm sorry.
We can afford Kool-Aid hair
Point
dye,
of
but we can't
contention.
afford a copy of Rules of Order.
Oh, man.
Lord God.
Fuck it.
I'm trying to understand what
There's
Point of
quite a
contention.
Voting, yes.
boring gender queer folk in here.
Means.
But like I'm still kind of generally counting this in this situation. It is quite odd.
It's
the,
just
the lack of a dichotomy.
Just to throw this out here, you don't say point of contention, you just say objection. Robert's Rules is really straightforward.
I honestly, I have no idea what committee rules or organizational rules they're attempting to go by. It is assuredly not consensus, and it seems to break all of the conventions of Roberts. So I think they're doing something else.
I say senatorial. This is one giant filibuster. That's all this is.
Is that the ASL person next to the podium?
See, I thought so too, but no, that's a note taker and
I'm just
counter.
asking. I'm trying to understand what.
Voting, yes.
And
See?
if they were
means
ASL, then they would be
that
interpreting
you
for the
are
questions as well.
Yeah, and she's speaking right now, and she's not doing anything.
Okay.
So
never mind.
To the East
Yeah.
Bay delegation.
Point of privilege. Can I reiterate that we?
Why do they keep saying point of
for the sake
privilege?
of
What does
our
that mean?
Oh, no. This is my trigger. This is my trigger now. Like, you want to know what triggers Kai? If I hear somebody in a meeting saying point of privilege, I'm going to lose my fucking mind. Like, you'll just see me stand up and walk out, and people will be like, what the fuck was that about? I'm done. I'm sorry. As a result of this fucking meeting.
If I remember,
This was advertised on Tumblr. This room particular was a Tumblr room only. That's how that was
sensory
advertised.
kidding me.
Can I reiterate that we, for the sake of our comrades who have sensory issues, refrain from hissing, loudly
No.
shouting out your opinion on a vote, or waving
Point of
banners and
cringe.
signs
Point
that
of
reflect your vote
cringe.
in front of people?
Yes,
Thank you.
absolutely. Thank
Wait. Just
Okay, so
that last
now,
part. You got to catch the
are
last
there-
part.
Vote in front of people, opinion on a vote, or waving banners and signs that reflect your vote in front of people?
No holding up signs either.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Well, that's
Thank
going to
you.
make
Okay, so
consensus
now,
voting really hard.
are there-
But
is
how
there
can
any
I
further
advertise
debate
John
on the
3:16?
credentials committee
Yeah.
report?
Because I'm a
How
big
can I
pro-
advertise my
Hold
buttholes
on,
for sale?
Point of order.
Come
Yep.
on, people.
Oh,
These are important.
Are
Here you
there
go.
And
any
butt
scratcher.
further
where the
debate?
furry breakout room is
Absolutely.
later.
Thank you. Okay, so now,
Oh.
I
is
have
there
to-
any
I have to
further
host that room. I
debate
need to
on
know
the
where it is.
credentials committee report?
I move to adjourn the meeting.
Hold on. Point of order. Yep.
So,
Sorry, what's your name and
my
your...
name is Trey.
Will
I use
you?
they, them, and he, him pronouns.
She's so pissed. She's pointing at people now,
I'm
and
from
like
Memphis.
she's in a room. Of
Oh, that's rude. That's rude.
Yeah,
How can
she's
you
in
point at
room.
people?
Sorry.
Nice to meet you.
It's not gonna go well.
I had a question. So, Nick? Jack? What is his name? Or what is his name? Nick J. They were
You just assumed a
elected
gender.
as an at-large delegate before they resigned. Is that correct? No?
The furry breakout orgy never got started.
Okay, this is what I thought. I actually looked this up because I am a policy wonk when it comes to this kind of shit. be on fucking committees for 20 years. I'm sure Kai can relate. Point of personal privilege does exist. I did think that it did, but it's specifically for an alert for the entire room that calls the meeting to a close. So you would say things like, point of personal privilege, what is your point? The building's on fire. That would be a point of personal privilege. It literally overrides the meeting and closes it.
Man, next time I'm in a board meeting, I'm going to use that.
Well,
I'm sorry to tell all of you folks, they taught these people that name before the filming started. They taught them you could use that word to interrupt them.
Of course.
Clearly.
And for those of you who, you want an even more obscure reference for point of personal privilege, for those of you that have studied Phi Cal by Alexander Shulgin, phenethylamines I've known and loved, the hand in the air is that. And there's very few people who have probably read this, but you have to say hand in the air and you have to do it as well. And it is a point of personal privilege. And it basically is used the same example for when you're tripping balls. You put your hand right in the air and you say, hand in the air, I smell smoke. And it's like, like, oh shit, is something on fire? Like,
so here's the throw out. Because obviously we've all dealt with boards to certain degrees. This is where I get caught when people, for example, when people started asking me about the Wolf Destiny debate. I was in collegiate debate. For me, debate is boring as shit because you go through all of these motions and counter motions and
those aren't
information.
Yeah, most of the things that people say are debates now aren't debates. Like that's just not
exactly. It's an argument, and so they'll say, "Well, what did you think of the Destiny debate?" I'm like, they talked for 2 hours and said nothing. What do you want from me?
Kimmel asked, do all meetings need Robert's Rules of Order? Which meetings do need it? Not all meetings need even Robert's Rules, right? Rabbit, asked earlier, are they following consensus? No, they're not following consensus. Consensus decision-making is something that I would implement. They're not following consensus at all.
No, not even kind of.
And so do all meetings need Robert's Rules of Order? No, they don't. There's different methods to organize meetings. You don't have to follow Robert's Rules of Orders to organize a meeting at all. I would argue that no meetings need Robert's Rules of Order because there's other alternatives. But you could definitely go with it if you so choose.
Yeah, Robert's Rules is actually a compilation from I want to say it was actually a Shriners meeting hall, and it's like compiled notes that one of the members was a guy named Roberts, and he just wrote down what all of their procedural rules were. So yeah, you could, like the US Senate, they have their own rule book. They just wrote it themselves.
Yeah, it's and again, I'm trying to find which one it was. But yeah, no, there's it is generally just referred to as parliamentary procedure, by the way. If you ever hear somebody reference within political spheres parliamentary procedure, Robert's Rules is just another form of parliamentary procedure.
Invented by the 34th degree Grandmasters of the Lodge.
And really, when you talk about parliamentary procedure, all you're ultimately saying is you get to talk, then we pause, then I get to talk, then we pause, then the next person gets to talk, and the rules for how that plays out. That's literally all it does.
And two people have to agree that a decision needs to be made.
Yeah.
A motion and a second.
And eventually someone has to win it normally, don't they?
Well, win is a loaded statement. It presumes that there's half of it can just be motions that are like business decisions.
Point of privilege.
I don't mean they need to win the entire argument. I just mean someone needs to come out on top by the end of it, usually by a decision by a party outside of the two, correct?
There has to be a settled affirmation.
Point of privilege, my chain hangs low, says Mr. Cave said, point of privilege, if I have to hear another minute of this shit, I'm going to go bear hug a claymore.
I like driver. Point of privilege, I need a refill.
Yeah. And I love Cave that said, feels to me like hipster Che and Jean Jacket are genuinely trying to be respectful and inclusive, but the audience is just absolute cringe. Well, they're the ones who taught them this shit. So fucking.
Well, and it's the pushback that they're getting that's so incredibly manipulative. Like clearly they are sensitive to these issues and they want to do well. And the audience is reacting to that by saying, "Oh, you think you're doing well." And then they just string
It's just
them up
performative.
Yeah, it
they
is.
just string them up on it.
Non-binary said random joke to help release the tension. A Polish immigrant went to the DMV to apply for a driver's license. First, of course, he had to take an eyesight test. The optician showed him a card with the letters CZWIXNOSTACZ on it and said, "Can you read this?" The optician asked, "Read it?" Can you read this? The optician asked. "Read it." The Polish guy replied, "I know the guy."
God damn it.
Point of privilege, where are the exits so I can leave? One tenant meeting I attended used Robert's rules, and it kind of turned into a shit show. Well, you know.
So a German goes to Poland, and at the customs place, they ask several questions of everybody that goes into Poland, and they get through a couple questions, and then the customs agent looks up and goes, "And occupation?" The German goes, "No, thanks, just a vacation."
My point of privilege, my head bleeds from the wall banging I've been doing this whole time. Where's the medic? Street medic! Medic!
And if any of you kept up on, because like I said, I'm a policy wonk, so for me this is mildly interesting. But if any of you kept up on the debates that were going on in the Senate and they keep talking about like budget reconciliation and shit, and you'll hear people say they had to talk to the parliamentarian. Literally, there is a person who the Senate has to like go to decide based on the rule book whether or not they're allowed to do certain motions at certain times. And so if they're not clear on it, they go to the parliamentarian. And I just want you all to keep this in mind. Your entire fucking Senate answers to one person with a book. That's it.
Are they elected?
No, they are appointed. And the Republicans, when they were running the Senate, they didn't like the parliamentarian, so they fired her.
Interesting. Fun fact, the Polish word for German means not understanding.
Niemcy? Niemcy.
All right. I will. Yes. All right. Let's. Fucking God help me.
Okay, then never mind.
Now we are going to.
Point of information, could you please let us know how many delegates there are?
Oh my God, he did it correctly.
Hold on 1 second. Do you know that?
Come on. That's important.
Thank you.
Hi, I am Andy P. From Los Angeles, they, them pronouns. Could I please ask the chair to, there was a previous point of privilege about waving around signs, that it is distracting to other comrades. I have autism. This is distracting to me. I would like to ask our fellow delegates, please, to not wave around your signs, especially during voting. Thank you.
Yes. Please do not wave around your signs. Thank you. Madam
Here's
Chair,
your sign.
At this
Everyone
point,
wave your
we're
hands
waiting
instead.
for the vote to be created.
which is actually
when
more
it's
triggering.
ready, I'll let you know, and there will be a URL projected on the screen, and you will be able to put that in either to your phone, your laptop, or you can go use one of the iPads that we have ready.
Thank you, Chair. Nick, he, him, his from Twin Cities. This is on behalf of a delegate who's currently in the remote room. They say that it is very hard to see the screens and cannot get a URL.
Rebecca, are you ready to share what's going on?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that we've hit the Opavert server too hard, and I'm gonna go call Jeff.
Point of information then?
No, Kodo, literally, the parliamentarian determines what violates policy. The Republicans fired the parliamentarian because they didn't like the decisions that the parliamentarian was making. I'm sorry you don't know how the Senate operates, but that's the way it works.
Yes.
Okay, I'm old school, folks, and it's probably some technical problem that we can't solve. So my point of information is really a question. Is it possible that we do this the old-fashioned way and have the yeses on one side of the room and noes on the other? Would that be possible for the chair to do?
That's not inclusive.
I would suggest not doing that because there's going to be a little bit too much motion. We're going to take a hand count right now. And hopefully this online voting system will work soon. When a counter has gone around and confirmed, like nodded at you or something.
And the delegate who brought clickers.
You can lower your hand. But only when the person who's like counting has like verbally or confirmed with their body language. That
Can we
they've counted
skip
correctly.
ahead, please?
Oh.
Personal privilege, please.
Can we
skip to the 12
privilege?
minute and
Hi,
40 second
so
mark?
I know that this is kind of annoying. I know it's taking a while, but we want this to be done right. We are a democratic
That needs to be the
organization. We wanna do this
SpongeBob
right.
interlude of
I
3 weeks
myself
later.
watched some of the counters not count
3
some of the votes.
weeks later.
And it may have been a mistake, but maybe we need to do this a different way.
Okay, everyone, by a vote.
Still
all the
haven't
counting
voted.
Has happened by a vote of 523 to 443. That passes, and so we will. Sorry, if we could respect our comrades.
I love how you can see she's dismissive at that point. Like she's like, respect our comrades or whatever. Like look at her body language.
So we will. Sorry, if we could respect our comrades.
9 minutes
to speak against
to amend the list of attendees for one group.
For six fucking delegates.
And people voted no.
Yes. Yes. Just to amend the list to change the names of 6 delegates on a fucking ballot list somewhere. Fucking, it's honestly like.
Who aren't even there.
Yeah.
Like, you don't even actually have to motion this. Like, they're not here.
Democracy that is inherent to our organization. If you look at it, most of the time that has been wasted in this body was not wasted on debate. It was wasted in vote after vote after vote and voting on whether we're going to vote on voting. It is ridiculous, and this resolution would not save us any time. When we're raising
The one sane voice in the entire room. We are voting on voting on voting at this point. This is out of hand. Like,
How
this
many
is
people
out
shut
of
him
hand.
down?
Like,
our placards, when we transition between the votes, can we slow down a little bit because it's starting to get confusing for people? Thank
Totally.
you.
Yep.
It would have to be after.
Totally.
Sorry, that's a point of debate. That's not
Yeah.
actually.
Well, no, I mean, it doesn't make any sense.
No, that's out of order.
Doesn't make
Sorry,
any sense.
we've ended debate. Okay, so now we're going to vote.
I have a question, a point of order.
So voting yes would be to make it. Hold on, could I just get through my sentence, please? Okay, so all those.
Okay, I stand.
Will you shut up, man?
At this point, yeah, no, you can see it wear on her. Yeah, you can see it wear on her through the entirety. By the time she's like, yeah, whatever, like, just shut the fuck up. Just shut the fuck up and let me do my job.
3 people have left the table. The ones that are there just keep stretching. Oh my God.
It's just devolved. It's devolved into nothing. Oh, God. Oh.
Was in favor of.
Please, God, no more. Come on.
We already said that. It's
At this point, I've suffered through it before, so I'm gonna make all of you suffer through it. Like this is just misery loves company territory.
I get it.
no kidding.
I respect it. I kind of respect it.
Misery loves
we
company,
don't
you
know is not an
masochist.
acceptable answer, but that's a point of debate. I know.
Yeah, that's a point of debate. Okay.
Oh my
all those in favor
God.
of what's your point of inquiry?
As it stands,
You're
right,
gonna
this is
torture
Daniel
me,
Ray
tie
from
me up,
Piedmont.
damn it.
He, him pronouns. As it stands right now, can we make amendments to resolutions
No.
and constitutional
No.
bylaws stand? Okay, thank you.
Okay, so all those in favor of adopting the convention rules, please raise your placards. All those opposed? That passes. We now have convention rules.
Oh my God. That would be a point of information, not a point of privilege.
They just fucking figured out
how to vote.
Yeah, they just
Magic.
this is literally like this is hours in. By the way, this is hours.
They just voted on how to vote.
They just figured out how to vote.
I respect you so much.
Oh, what, night loaded?
Yep.
Yeah, point of privilege. Could you restart the video for the viewers who missed the beginning, please?
awesome. And now we are going
Block
to
him.
move
Block
into-
that person.
Hold on 1 second. Okay, so we are a bit
I sadly
behind
spent my
schedule.
30K already today.
Oh god, no, there's more.
And additionally, with the noise issue, like avoid hissing, avoid waving banners, right? Because there's
It's the second time in my life I've had to make it through that video. That's somebody else's compilation, actually. I've seen the one Kat sent me was slightly different. A lot of the same stuff though. But yeah, I looked into it. Like I said, the breakout rooms got really fucking ornery after that.
I bet.
There was a lot of people that were just annoyed as fuck at that meeting. Apparently, yeah, it took a couple hours for them to even hammer out how they were going to hammer stuff out. Like it was the most sort of like God help me, I'm gonna invoke it. I'm sorry for like sounding like a 22-year-old fucking like college psych major who you're dating. But it was Kafka-esque.
I wondered where you were going with that.
That dripped of like pretension, and I know you were quoting someone.
I was thinking Sartre myself, but
there you can see. Yeah, there you go.
No, that was more Derrida.
I was thinking
Actually,
something more like input smart person.
It would be Derrida. What do words even mean?
Estrella, point of privilege. I understand why God has left us, and I would like to join him. Oh.
So if anyone wants to know why socialism hasn't taken root, that would be it.
Oh, that's what we were talking about. That's what I was talking about. Like for everybody who's, Estrella, who's fucking Estrella, like I'm edging you and shit like that. Like that was what I was talking about. It's a nightmare of a meeting.
So the real goal is to keep these beliefs past the age of 20 so that you can actually be in a space that isn't only college kids who have completely selfish, like focused issues.
Mulatto? Oh, Jesus. Is it ableist they didn't think about people with Tourette's who might have trouble not hissing?
Yes, it is. It is. If you want to virtue signal as much as they do, yeah, it is. Fuck these fuckers. Like they want to hold everybody's feet to the fire, but they don't want to hold their own, right? That was ableist as shit. They didn't have an ASL interpreter there. They didn't fucking take into account things like, Tourette's, who they might not be able to control those sorts of things. What about those who have physical disabilities and can't wave their hands in the air and hold that placard up? There's people who are living with chronic pain who may not. What about arthritis and they have to hold that sign? Like, you want to play this game, bitch? Fine, let's play this game, but you're gonna lose because you're virtue signaling.
I knew somebody with a their lower jaw was actually like an inch inwards to their front teeth, and because of that, they always breathed with a hiss, and it was audible.
Right.
Yeah.
What would that person do in this situation?
Duffy, like, what about people who don't speak English? Do we have interpreters there? Like,
well, you'll notice all of the signs were in English.
Yeah.
So.
Super Eurocentric.
Where was this again? Was this anywhere close to
This was in California, wasn't it?
No excuse when it comes to California. There should be 2 languages on everything.
Or 3. I mean, Korean's pretty big.
No, it was held in Atlanta, Georgia.
Oh. Well, then it should still have Spanish.
It still have Spanish at least.
Then how
but
would
it would
there
also explain why people didn't want to put Spanish.
Hold on. How was it in Atlanta, frickin' Georgia, and there were that many white people?
Exactly, that was my point.
Because the DSA is pretty much a white boys club.
Mm-hmm. Remember when the DSA did stuff?
Oh yeah. Oh no, I remember.
Right.
They just last year they did stuff here in Las Vegas. They spent tens of thousands of dollars to build a homeless camp that the fucking Metro Police took a bulldozer to a few days later.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, fucking dumbassery. Like I could have just ask me for fuck's sake. Like just ask me. Like, hey, is this a good idea? No, it's a dumb fucking idea. They're gonna tear it down, you morons. you're going to spend tens of thousands of dollars worth of resources that you could have bought like camper vans or something that you can at least move when they come to inevitably shut this homeless camp down.
Hey, in downtown Las Vegas, what are the container homes for the homeless too?
No. The container park is a commercial venture. That's where like artisan pickles get sold and shit like that. That's what the container park is about.
Well, and I think you and I were talking on stream about it because I was discussing, other homeless solutions that have been proposed in a couple of different municipalities that actually ended up doing pretty well. And it was things like they bought up a bunch of minivans and then just started handing out keys.
Yeah, 100%. 100%.
Yeah.
Get some fucking vans, get some goddamn RVs, get something that's mobile because Metro is going to come down here and shut this shit down.
Yeah.
So instead, what they did is they spent a bunch of fucking resources, time, money, energy. They spent a bunch of fucking resources on building shelters and shit at a homeless encampment, a houseless encampment, a unhoused encampment, whatever the fuck you want to call it. I don't care. The people that don't have permanent residences of their own. They built a fucking encampment for them, and literally Metro shows up with a bulldozer and just knocks it all to the ground.
I'm sorry, I took 1 second of Google and found wall tent shop, an entire industry based off of giving people semi-permanent homes that are tents.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, and
this would have been a much better investment, and they could have easily set up in a forest, which no one would have been able to come in there and fuck them over for unless it was a park.
No, we don't need to start this debate again that used to be in the arena.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, God, help us. Zippy, yes, the DSA, the DSA didn't take over the Democratic Party, but there was a bit of a DSA takeover within the Nevada Dems. And yes, the Dems did empty the coffers prior to. Perfectly legal to do. And yeah, basically the DSA won a bunch of fucking seats that the Dems held, and when the DSA showed up, basically the place was bare. So like, the analogy would be you walk into the office and there's the light is literally like hanging and swinging from the ceiling, and there's just like a scrap of paper like pinned to the wall, basically. Everything else was gone.
It just says have at it. It's yours.
Well, and and Duffy and Rev are kind of making the point. Like, this is the problem with the conversation. I never said new minivans. There's hardly any new minivans that have been produced. So it's used minivans, and you turn over title. So, the liability issue. But a bigger question related to that, like this is the point I'm making when I say things like that. The bigger question is, would they have bulldozed the minivan? No, because you start the minivan and you drive away. As opposed to the house that got built for a ridiculous amount of money that has now been bulldozed and all that money's gone. So that it's a difference between pragmatic solutions and making yourself feel good because you tried.
Yeah. I mean, this is the fact. This is the problem with a whole bunch of people on the left, is that it's performative for them. And this is where, where I yell at fellow anarchists a lot. Like this is what Kai gets into fights. You want to know what Kai gets into fights with fellow anarchists about? It's about the pursuit of perfection thing. It's the fact that they are willing to step over a homeless person because they can't build them a house. It's like, Patronum. For fuck's sake. Yeah, Patronum, that fucking, I saw that too. For people that don't have housing of their own, did you just assume the permanently domiciled deficit all use the pronoun there? Fucking Patronum, some cursed ass shit you just brought in here. Let's see.
The fact that some people were arguing for things that are built like open wiring inside the,
Oh no. Oh God, that was another one that happened on our server. Fucking for any of the new people, if you're not on the server, let a mod know. We'll get you a Discord invite. But yeah, dude, that was a fucking.
We had people that were suggesting that we have open wiring in a house,
why do they need air conditioning in Texas?
Oh, was that the one?
Texas?
Yes.
The concrete houses.
Yes, that was the concrete houses.
Oh my God, that went on way too long.
Yeah, and it was like, look, you're not meeting building codes, and you're like, which building codes? I'm like, well, all of them.
Non-binary. Why did the new DSA build boats with glass bottoms? To see the bodies of the people who had the audacity to clap in a meeting.
I just love it. Okay.
I'll work with them. Again, like, look, we have to be able to fucking have a sense of humor. And that's the one thing I can say that the anarchists actually enjoy themselves. You know, a lot of people on the left are way too serious about the shit. And the anarchist milieu has a tendency to have a sense of humor, dark as it may be oftentimes. And, you know, like, look, the DSA's fucked, but at least they're not as fucked as, like, the tankies or anything like that. I'm perfectly happy to work with the DSA here in town. Don't ask me to go to one of their meetings. That's just nightmare fuel. But, you know, I'm perfectly happy. Like, if a coordination, FNB and DSA sort of thing happens here in town, by all means, you know, it's not like I'm turning my back on them, but, dude, get your shit together.
Yeah.
You know what actually is a better use of your time? the extended edition of Das Boot.
Rada Vandar said, point of privilege. Vans will not accommodate our comrades who need elephants as emotional support animals.
Oh my God. That emotional support animal bullshit. I am so past done with it. I mean, when I worked at a museum, for whatever reason, they didn't actually know the ADA compliance rules. I don't know why. They're easily available in print. We all had to go through freaking training. But anyway, I wasn't on shift one time, and I apparently am the only one who had actually read the handbook. And there was a woman walking around with an emotional support duck. This thing, this is a children's museum. We've got people who come in with infants, and this thing is pooping all over the building. And I'm like,
come on.
Why is there a duck? Well, she said she needed it for emotional support. And yeah, and you tell her no. It's not complicated.
Here is, I wish I had the whole, like, I suppose I could pull the fucking video, but, for whoever said, let's see, premarital, why can't we just make 10,000 coffins and make the poor live inside them? In my favorite movie, Holy Mountain, which you should all see because it's absolutely batshit insane, this is actually one component. What you're seeing is the futuristic living quarters that one of the industrialists is proposing. Each industrialist gets sort of like a breakout section. They get their own fucking thing. And so you can sort of see the hinge where this pivots. This is the living quarters for the working class. They giant buildings full of these sorts of things, and they crawl in them and they sleep in them and they can go to the bathroom in them. And when they die in them, it's already a coffin. So yeah, that's most assuredly something somebody has already given form to. Skeptic asked me, would I vote for a social democrat over a Marxist Leninist in a hypothetical scenario? I'd need to hear them espouse positions before I make any sort of declarative statement. There's stuff that a sock dem could say that I'd be like, yeah, no, I'm out.
You also have to depend on if I know the ML person, because if I know the ML person and their inability to actually order death, I might actually vote for an ML.
Like, it just depends. That's a case by case basis. Like, I'm not a blanket statement that. Kodo, thank you for another gift sub, dropping them fucking this time around. Thank you kindly. Mr. Sir, but emotional support guillotine though.
Here's the thing, is that you can tell if an obscure animal is actually an emotional support animal. Usually they have vests on. If they're an animal that, you know, defecates a lot, they have diapers on.
I mean,
they're usually trained. Like, there are small cases of obscure animals doing this, but they're obviously, like, certified in some way. You can't just be like, I'm nervous without my llama.
Guillotine said I was in a dispensary and someone's quote unquote emotional support animal, trademark TM, dug his long Doberman nose up my ass. The Guillotine said the person behind me asked if I felt violated.
And And the answer is yes.
But Estrella wanted to know, did the duck have a vest? Can you put a vest on a duck?
I mean, you can. I kind of want to know how they got it into the building, because all around our building were Canada geese who do
Oh
not.
my god, they would have fucked that thing up.
That's what I'm saying. They're not friendly to ducks. So I don't know how that works.
They're not friendly to anything.
Non-binary.
Not true.
I swear to
They
fucking
are
God.
Very friendly to food.
What? I didn't see it.
What do you call a deaf gynecologist?
Oh no.
A lip reader.
No.
Swear to God, non-binary. Swear
Oh,
to...
and if you didn't catch the joke earlier, the extended edition of Das Boot is how long, Rabbit?
Oh,
the uncut, isn't it like 3 hours?
No. Oh, double that.
Oh, it's 6 hours. Okay, then I obviously saw the abridged.
Yeah.
Is it all one long take of the guy doing like an actual 6-hour version of it, or is it just?
And what you need to do, Kai, is you need to go find that movie and get the alarm yelling, and do that as the drop whenever somebody mentions an ANCAP.
There you go.
It's 5 hours.
Okay, 5 hours.
Yeah, it's 5 hours.
Now, I have, because I am a masochist and I did film studies, I have seen the fully rendered and redone with we found the additional film in someone's drawer last week, remastering of Metropolis. And I highly don't recommend that.
Oh, God. Would you rather ideal syndicalist body?
Rabbit, all I have to say is you had me in the first half.
Would you rather vote for I believe you put Duganist, but are you asking Dengist? Fucking, let me just verify. I mean, he could be like Alexander Dugin. I mean, which is the fucking Russian political strategist. But I mean, I guess ideal syndicalist body is asking, like, would you rather vote for a Dengist or a Juche supporter?
Swede, this Twitter account is a frickin' gold mine.
Which one?
The Quaker Buddhist.
Oh yeah, I told you.
Oh God, I mean, as much as it drives me to fucking out of the Juche or Dengist. Ugh, Dengist maybe.
It's just
neither, like hard neither.
Majestic. I have to put it on my recently searched list.
And who would I vote for, Bernie Sanders or Fidel Castro? Bernie, because fucking one is still functional. But if we're doing like historical versions of themselves, then still Bernie. 1960s, late 1960s, early 1970s, Bernie was based as fuck. Like fighting with cops, getting arrested in the streets, making demands of the CIA be dissolved and the military industrial complex be torn to the ground. Like, yeah. Like, I'm going Bernie out of that one, like 10 times out of 10.
Wait, they tried to turn that Bernie into the stoner-headed dipshit of that weird political movie?
Yes, absolutely. And
you meant Duganist. All right, well then, fucking
Rev. Yes, when Jordan Peterson says cultural Marxism, it's literally it's a word replacement for cultural Bolshevism. It's the same thing.
Okay, so then yeah, you went fucking Dugan versus Juche. Jesus Christ. I mean, one's basically a fascist and the other's a fucking monarchist. Neither. I would vehemently oppose both of them to the death. Like, they're both terrible ideologies. Like, Alexander Dugin basically put forward what would be neo-fascism with Russian, with Putin aesthetics.
Okay, but why don't you like him?
Why people ask anarchists A or B questions? We've been saying C our entire fucking lives. We're not gonna
we're the walking
nice
iteration of none of the above. Like, yeah. Can I vote? Can we vote? Wait, Estrella. Wait. No. Can we vote for a dead guy and then have no leader?
Ooh.
If they have to be alive, can we vote in a dog or a cat?
Hey, Squid.
There was
I think you can, right?
Well, there was a city in Canada.
Oh yeah, we have elected dogs before.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a thing that's happened.
And I think in London, it's like the dog is always on third place.
Yeah,
That worked.
Yeah.
This guy retweeted a love fest of the movie that shows the shooting of the Tsar family.
Excellent. Nice guy. Good Quaker.
He's glorifying the shooting of a child that was a hemophiliac that took like 6 extra shots to make sure he was dead.
Well, in the Nixonian tradition of Quakerism. This is the future vegans want. Yes.
God, that scares me a little.
For everybody in the chat, you have to go to Hoosier Jackson. This is
it's a wealth. A wealth.
Don't do it.
The example that I tend to pull up when people talk about towns that have elected an animal is there's a Canadian town that elected a dog as their mayor. It's not that they elected the dog, they re-elected the dog 3 times.
Oh, right. Wasn't their argument he doesn't change the laws and leaves us alone?
Yes. That was their whole take. He seems to be doing quite well. I was like, okay. These are my kind of people.
So what you're really saying is literal anarchist town somehow existing in America.
Well, Canada, but yeah.
Canada, sorry, geez. Yeah. I don't think Canada has the fun things. Like, I always believe America would more likely come out with, like, yeah, we came out with an anarchist town first.
Okay,
It's
this
like-
is literally what this person thinks about the Chinese People's Army.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
A peasant in the Philippines once asked me if we had a People's Army in the United States. I said no, and then they asked, confused, and said, then who do you go to if the police are being abusive? They think the People's Army, the People's Liberation Army is who you go to if the police are abusive.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure that's not the function of the PLA, but okay.
Okay, clearly you didn't read the... Whoa, what the hell? Sorry.
That's probably propaganda, saying shit like, oh, they have forces that can kill cops legally in America.
Thoughts on Miguel Diaz, whatever this fucking Canal or something like that, is the new General Secretary of Cuba. I mean, as far as LGBT stuff and like disability and sexual orientation and gender discrimination, like he's on the decent aisle. He's on the decent side of that historically. Like he's fought for LGBT. He's voiced support for LGBT rights in Cuba. So I mean, there's progress. I suppose it's progress. Still just another fairly well-to-do old dude running government, but. Baby steps, I suppose.
It's Batista in sheep's clothing.
Hey, Cosmo.
Non-binary is an example of an emotional support bear. My favorite version of that is Lord Byron. He was not allowed to bring an animal onto the grounds, but the list of animals was discreet. So it said things like you couldn't have a cat, you can't have a dog, you can't have whatever. So he brought a bear.
Like an absolute Chad.
Yeah. Oh, it's like fucking Churchill during Prohibition got a doctor's note.
Patronum, just to let you know, in Canada, saying sorry is not an admittance of guilt because we say it so often and so frequently because it simply means we're sorry for your inconvenience.
Oh, he also favors privatization across the board. All right, well, fuck that guy then.
This guy's sounding better and better.
Yeah, all right. So, good to know.
The dog's name is Finn.
I literally think the picture I just posted on shared content is how this Hoosier Jackson sees himself.
Oh, okay. I wondered about that.
Oh, I don't know if I thank you for that last gift sub, Kodo, but if I didn't thank you for that last gift sub,
I would like to know what experts you're talking about, Kodo. Like, our medical system is just
Perfect.
one step above yours, really.
Sweet. Why didn't you include the tweet that was part of? Good. It makes it. The fact that he retweeted it though. Sorry, honey, I can't have sex tonight. I've got to look up a 4-hour YouTube video on the history of the avocado. Oh.
Cave said, but they're a principled anarchist, not a tanky.
Excellent.
Let's see.
Yeah. They're a Marxist syndicalist.
Anywhere's been
All right.
here, Alabama.
So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna fucking wrap it. Because if this goes too late, then movie night, all of that. So those of you who are on the Discord server and want to do Bad Movie Friday, in approximately an hour, we will start the Bad Movie over on voice chat. And so, hey, Duffy, I didn't see you there, but hey there, Duffy. So in approximately an hour, what we will do is we will reconvene, if you so choose, on voice chat, on Discord server. We will do Bad Movie Friday there. It's just long enough for me to get some food in me and shit like that. Let's see. Can we rate him for red? I'm good. Those fucking violent sociopaths.
Bad Movie Night will be the all three of the extended editions of The Hobbit.
I'm out. Those movies sucked.
But thanks for hanging out. Thanks for everybody on the line hanging out. Hope you all had a good one. And everybody should know I don't stream fucking weekends, so I'll see you on Monday. Either way, and thank you, Kodo, as well. We're gonna rate out to Public Loser, who I absolutely enjoy. So
just like the movie tonight, prepare for ghoulish chills of a fright.
So
Public Loser.
Yes, thank you kindly. Yep, everyone. Hope you're as well as you can be. Catch you on Monday, or like I said, bad movie night over on the Discord server. Catch y'all later. All right, there we go. We're gonna go fucking